Good evening, everyone. It's 7:30, so I'm going to call to order the January 27, 2025 regular meeting of the Birmingham City Commission here in the Municipal Building at 151 Martin. If you will please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Ms. Bingham, if you would call the roll.
Mayor Therese Long.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baller.
Here.
Commissioner Emmerich.
Here.
Commissioner Haig.
Here.
Commissioner Host.
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here. Thank you. We now move to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, confirmations, administration of oaths, and introduction of guests and announcements. We have no announcements this evening except to say we had a very productive long-range planning meeting for 7.5 hours on Saturday, and I once again want to thank city staff, city manager, Ms. Bingham, and everyone for their preparation and their support. For appointments, the candidate for the Ad Hoc Senior Rec Committee has withdrawn, and so that position is still available for someone who would like to apply. And there's a remainder of a 3-year term for an engineer that would expire March 4th, 2027. Our next appointment is to the Environmental Sustainability Board. We have a regular membership that would expire February 1st, 2026. We have one candidate, Mr. Trenton Chapman. If you'll come to the microphone and state your name and address and why you would like to serve.
Sure. My name is Trenton Chapman, and my address is 1164 Holland Street. It's in Birmingham. And the main reason I'd like to serve, I've been working as a small business owner for the past 3 years. I own a small business in Farmington called Ground Control Coffee Roasters. And then before that, I've just mostly worked in the business world for anywhere from small to multinational Starbucks positions. And I graduated right before COVID hit with a Bachelor of Arts in Sustainability. And I just haven't really had a great chance to apply it. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to hop into a position to work with my local community. And when I reviewed the Birmingham Healthy Climate Plan, it's just like a really awesome put together document. So I'm really excited about it. And I think that all that planning, it would be a shame for it to go to waste. So the next stage is really the implementation, adjusting as we're going along, which that's laid out in the plan really well as well. But I just wanted to hop in and see where I can help keep the energy moving forward on the committee.
All right, and can you explain what you did or what you gained from your position as a sustainability fellow at Starbucks?
Yeah, I worked with they call it the Partner Resources Center in Seattle with Starbucks on it was pretty much a 5-month-long project where I worked in a remote capacity, so I was still in Detroit. I did travel to Seattle and meet with the team there. But I basically put together a project of what steps could Starbucks take in the Detroit region, but also potentially nationally to reduce water consumption in stores. A lot of it had to do with just water waste, as well as how can we curb customer habits towards water consumption. A big thing that we were seeing a lot was customers would ask for water and then take a sip of it and leave a giant plastic cup just sitting on the table. So we're just throwing away a lot of water. So that was waste not only financially for the company, but for all the plastic and the resources as well. So we came up, proposed some solutions. I don't know that they ever necessarily got implemented. I do follow the company still, and I think they've taken some good steps, but that was primarily what that was about. And that was in tandem. Starbucks actually sponsored my bachelor's degree as well, so it was kind of in tandem with that degree.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the commission? All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Motion?
I would be most delighted to nominate Trenton Chapman for a position on the, to serve, as a regular member. A one-year term expiring February 1st, 2026.
All right, thank you. Any comments on the motion?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? If Ms. Bingham will swear you in.
Congratulations.
Congratulations indeed.
Thank you for volunteering.
Yeah.
Mayor, while that's going on, may I make a comment on the previous item of the ad hoc senior center committee?
Sure.
For anyone who's listening out there who is an engineer,
The Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of this state, and endeavor to secure and maintain an honest and efficient administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction or control, and to perform the duties of the office of Sustainability Board according to the best of my ability.
I do.
So we're going to sign right here.
so for anyone out there who is an engineer or knows an engineer, we are entering a phase of the development of a community center that is exciting. It's taking a lot of time and effort and would certainly benefit greatly from the participation of an engineer. Commissioner
Emmerine.
Emmerine served on the committee and was provided really great input as a civil engineer, and we really need somebody. So I didn't want that to pass without a little bit more notice.
All right, thank you. All right, now we move to Section 4 of the meeting, open to the public for matters not on the agenda. If you have a comment this evening on a matter that does not appear on tonight's agenda, please come to the microphone, state your name and address, and please try to hold your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Paul Reagan. I live at 997 Purdy Street in Birmingham. At your last meeting, it was decided that May was too soon to hold a special election to secure $30 million of taxpayer funding for demolition and repurposing of the YMCA building, the primary purpose of which would be, as it's being referred to, as a new home for Next. I support that decision. May is too soon. So is August. So is November. In fact, I'm here to tell you that the chances of such a bond request ever passing are close to zero. Voters, just as they did in response to the ill-conceived, bloated bond requests for the library and the North Old Woodward parking structure, Birmingham taxpayers will say no to this proposal. As someone who helped organize the opposition to both bond initiatives, I can assure you that the senior center or recreation center or community center, whatever you want to call it, that will be far easier to defeat. Trust me, begrudgingly allowing the pool to stay in the mix will not be an adequate spoonful of sugar to make this medicine go down. The voters aren't stupid. The appeal of Next is too narrow, more than half of which are non-residents. The costs are too high, and the timing, given other far more pressing city priorities and homeowner priorities, it couldn't be worse. Watching your deliberations, I felt compelled to inject some reality into the discussion and provide a little direction, if I may. First, stop telling Next you're going to give them a new $30 million home rent-free forever. Stop it. Stop telling them that. You don't have the money, and the taxpayers, they're not going to give it to you. Second, instruct your ad hoc committee to prepare alternative plans that live within the scope and the capacity of the general fund and require no additional bonding. Reality is not your enemy for creativity. Committee members have a very positive case study with the multi-phase library project. They could use that as a guide to guide them along their way, incrementally. It's not too late to stand down the architects, to hold off the bulldozers, to call off the attorneys, and stop planning for a special election. You cannot win. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment in the room? If any online, if you are online and you'd like to make a comment, please use the raise your hand function. All right, seeing none, we will move to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which the event will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. Do we have any items the commission would like to pull on this side of the table? No? Commissioner Baller.
E. Edward.
E. Edward for Commissioner Baller. Anything else? All right, could we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written with the exception of item E.
I'll second.
All right, Ms. Bingham, roll call vote.
Commissioner Schaefer? Yes. Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Baller, would you like to address item E?
Yes, I'm going to suggest we table this until we can have a discussion about how we charge charitable organizations tens of thousands of dollars to hold their events in Birmingham. This event, by the way, is called the Birmingham Street Art Fair, and it is for the benefit of Common Ground. Most people think, because it's called the Birmingham Street Art Fair, that Birmingham has something to do with it, other than merely okaying a special event permit. But the fact is, we charge them, I don't know how much. I can tell you how much we charge the village fair. I can guess at how much we might charge these people. This is money that otherwise would go to charity. And as I continue to promote more and better events in town, I will also promote the notion that we ought to support those events in a way that doesn't take $10,000 or $20,000 out of what is otherwise charitable donations. So I think we have to have that discussion, and I think there's plenty of time to have it. The deadline for one of these applications is 90 days prior. This is September, so that gives us plenty of time to get legal opinions about the fairness involved, because you've got to be fair to everybody, and maybe set some parameters where some, if not all, of these charitable organizations don't have to pay for police, for garbage, for all the things that go to that. So that's a discussion I'd like to have, and I think we just need to table this, because this is the first one I'd like to see not be charged.
Ms. Ecker, do you have any remarks?
Well, first of all, the costs that are likely to be imposed are listed. They're included in your packet. They're on the last page of that item.
Help me, how much?
Right here.
So, for instance,
800, 400,
the bulk of
200.
the fees are for, one, police, and that's 2 officers that have to be assigned in addition to the regular patrols in Birmingham, as well as an additional drone or overwatch, meter bags that have to be placed, and barricades for street closures, as well as the Department of Public Service, and that includes barricade placement of city vehicles to block intersections, dumpster rentals, trash boxes, trash removal, some cleanup, after the fact, et cetera. So we are not obviously trying to make money off of these events. These are simply to recover the fees, the additional costs that the city would not otherwise incur. And while I applaud that you want to give more money to the charities, the fact of the matter is that we already have a lot of special events, a large number of them, and the more that come in, if we don't charge anybody, we are going to run out of resources to provide the police and DPS services if we have multiple ones going on at any time, and we don't charge to limit that extra service that they're getting.
And I would say, as a person with a background in philanthropy who's been involved in special events for 2 decades, special events budget for those costs. They make decisions on where they hold venues based on the venues they use based on costs, and that is part of the calculation. They often also pay for entertainment and food, and that is just part of their cost of doing business. If we were a free venue, we would be overrun.
Not suggesting it be free. Like I said, parameters, I'm sorry. I understand what you've said. You haven't persuaded me. I'll let the commission decide. I move that we table this until we can have a discussion about how we charge charitable organizations that are running long-term events in town that people think we are putting on. If there's a second, great. If not, I'll drop it.
Madam Mayor, do we put on events other than the May Walk?
Well, that was a discussion that was on Saturday in the last presentation of the day. The 3 events that we run, we have Celebrate Birmingham Parade.
Concerts.
Concerts in the park. And I feel like there was one other.
There was one more.
I'm not remembering.
There's something else, yeah.
Of course, the BSD also puts on these events, and we also charge the BSD
yes.
for all of these things for, say, Winter March, when we have so many people that are required to go out there and monitor the situation, Village Fair, et cetera.
Also, sad but true.
Wait, is this proper protocol? There's a motion out. There hasn't been a second. So if there's no second, we can drop it. If there's a second, then we can discuss it. Is that correct?
I believe that the attorney was just trying to be informative.
He's correct. There's a motion on the table.
Right.
I don't hear a second.
Yeah, so, all right, so there's no second. Would someone else like to move the motion?
Sure. I'd like to make a resolution to approve the special event permit as requested by the Common Ground to hold Birmingham Street Art Fair on September 13th and 14th, 2025, contingent upon compliance with all permit and insurance requirements and payments of all fees, and further pursuant to any minor modifications that may be deemed necessary by the administrative staff at the time of the event, or event cancellation that may be deemed necessary by administrative staff leading up to or at the time of the event.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any commissioner comment on the motion? Any public comment on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. That concludes the consent agenda. Now we move to the city manager's report.
Yes, I will go through the report somewhat briefly. With regards to the Baldwin Public Library, the library board met on Wednesday, January 22nd, last week, for its regular meeting. They are very pleased that the Birmingham Area Cable Board granted them some funds, $22,400 for a new website, so that'll be coming online soon. And then in the report, there are several new events that are coming up at the library. A couple of lectures, so to speak. When Detroit Played the Numbers on Monday, February 3rd, and that's to talk about basically a thriving if illegal lottery system that was created way back when to support the community at the time. Second, Saturday, February 8th, the Snow Crash Nebula live DJ event. So that's basically musical performance from the Detroit techno community that will be put on, and that is on Saturday evening at the library. Also on Monday, February 10th, there's an end-of-life options in Michigan seminar to talk to people about the medical landscape in Michigan today, why you should have an advance directive, what they are, what they do, talk about some issues with aging, such as dementia, and explain medical aid in dying. It's meant to be meant to be a comfortable atmosphere to discuss, obviously, what can be difficult subjects. The Birmingham Museum, everybody is invited to please go over and see their new transportation exhibit that they have. And right now, they're proud that they've uncovered several ties to Birmingham's unique aviation history, and some of which are a local balloonist who was a Birmingham resident who used to go up in hot air balloons way back in the day, a local farm boy who was an early bird of aviation who developed, tested, and trained pilots in some of the first military applications. Well, this one's funny. A dashing Birmingham barnstormer pilot who taught his fiancée to fly in the 1920s. A structural engineer and a former Birmingham village manager who patented a design for an experimental personal aircraft. Michigan's first licensed female helicopter pilot from Birmingham who flew her husband to work, and a member of the first group of women astronaut trainees who proved in the 1960s that women could do that job just as well as men or meet the same requirements as them. So that's something you should check out at the museum. It's going on right now. From the Birmingham Shopping District, we had a preview of this, the 2024 year in review every year. The BSD puts together the year in review that shows all of their activities for the past year, how many new businesses have come into town, how many social media touches they've had, the types of events that they have had, the number of visitors to Birmingham, etc. All of that will actually be mailed out to everybody within, it's like a 2-page layout that's mailed out to all of the business and property owners within the BSD, but it's also available on the website if anyone wants to take a look at it. Also on Saturday, they previewed the business mix analysis report that they've recently finished up to look at the mix of businesses that we have downtown, retail, restaurant, what type of retail. As you know, we've had numerous discussions over the years on what the appropriate mix is, comparing it to some of our similar communities with similar demographics and where we fall, and this will help us to determine what types of businesses we might want to recruit moving forward. So that is also available online. And for the public that's watching any of these reports, there's actually a link from the agenda packet in the manager's report, so you can just click on it. It'll take you right to the right spot. The second annual Birmingham Winter Blast was held on Saturday while we were all in here in long range planning, and we had a lot of kids outside having fun on a 300-foot zip line. There were magic shows, story times, marshmallow roasting, food trucks, etc. So this was the second year in a row we've had that, and it's been very successful so far. An update on the Winter Market event from the BSD. We had another large crowd again this year, approximately 21,000 visits to the Birmingham Winter Market, which of course runs for 3 days. We had approximately 8% increase in attendance over last year's event, despite the fact that it was freezing for at least part of the time this year. From the building department, there is a monthly report that they put out every month that is available that you can click on and see the activities with regards to residential and commercial construction permits that are being issued. From the clerk's office, just an update on the general election is November 4th and 2 potential election dates, May 5th and August 6th. Again, based on our discussions, should you decide to put something on the ballot on those days. The clerk's office is also working on the Celebrate Birmingham Hometown Parade, which is one of the events that the city puts on. There's a parade, there's a fair, sort of a fair in the park with a lot of family-friendly activities. If anybody's interested in participating, you can volunteer your time to help out. You can be a sponsor and provide some goods or funding. You can be a participant, bring your group, walk in the parade, be part of the fun. Every year, we have a really good turnout. It's a really nice event. Usually we have good weather, so fingers crossed. If anybody is interested in volunteering or participating in that, they can contact Maya Brown, our deputy clerk. Board appointments, as you talked about, there were a couple on tonight, but we continue to have multiple board openings on different boards, the Ad hoc Senior Recreation Committee, Advisory Parking, Architectural Review, Birmingham Shopping District Board, Cable Board, Building Trade Appeals, Brownfield Redevelopment, Environmental Sustainability Committee, the Cemetery Board, Martha Baldwin Park Board, Public Arts Board, Stormwater Utility Appeals Board, and the Triangle District Board. So for anybody out there that's interested in volunteering, we do have a page of board and volunteer opportunities on the city's website if you want to go on there and look and see if there's anything that would be of interest to you. Of course, we rely heavily on the input and experience and knowledge of our citizen volunteers on all of our boards. From the city manager's office, the communications department is working on the February edition of the Around Town email. The January one went out. Also, the Ad hoc Aging in Place Committee had its last meeting last week, and they reviewed the final version of the Aging in Place Citywide Action Plan. So that will be coming to the City Commission here in the near future as the agenda schedules allow. So they wrapped that up. If you remember, they had a limited time. They met, they completed their work within the appropriate time, and they're going to move it on to you. Also, just to point out to members of the public that there are many ways to communicate with us. You can go on our website, birminghamgov.org. You can sign up for e-news. You can sign up for board postings, like if there's a new agenda, if there's new minutes posted for any of the activities of the boards. We also have Facebook, Instagram, communications to show you all of the different ways that we have. An update on GovPilot, which we started, I think, 2 years ago now. Those requests are up from 889 requests in 2023 to 1,118 requests in 2024. And that's where you can download the app on your phone. You can go to that app, you can click on it. If you see something, that's of concern to you, that there's a giant pothole in a certain street or a manhole cover is off, what have you, you can punch it in, you can actually geolocate it to the exact location, you can upload pictures. So people have really been using that. We do see that those requests have gone up like 35%. Some people are still using the website to report any concerns, but the vast majority are going through GovPilot. So we're happy to hear that. Then, with regards to the engineering department, they will be starting a door knocking effort to replace lead water services again. Also, in other news, they have received a petition of more than 50% homeowners on Chestnut Street who would like to convert Chestnut from Elm to Adams from an unimproved road to an improved road. So that's been a hot topic of late. So just so everyone knows, we are sort of plugging that into the proposed budget for next year. Who knows if that 50% will remain as it goes through, but so there are still some people that are interested in getting their roads improved, even though it's a challenge every time we have one of those because there's a lot of split views on that. From the fire department, just an update on the fire department's work with their fire prevention bureau. Previously, they had 3 cross-trained firefighters that worked on fire inspections and a fire marshal. They used to try to go around to all of the different businesses. They still do, but my point is that back in 2017, they were hitting about 11% of the businesses, and most recently, this past year, they hit 92% of our businesses. So what's good about that? It means that they're getting out there, they're looking and seeing what issues are out there, and if there's things that need to be addressed that will hopefully prevent fires in other types of dangerous situations from occurring before they do. So we thank them for that. Hiring anniversaries, we have 2 people to congratulate tonight for 20 years or more. We have Caroline Salucci from the library with 20 years of experience with the city of Birmingham, and Jeffrey Whipple from the police department for 27 years with the city of Birmingham.
I think he's...
From the planning department, an update on some of the activities of the planning board. I won't go through them all, but several site plans that are upcoming, several study sessions, and the one you might be most interested in hearing, there's a public hearing on the generator ordinance that you looked at previously and you sent it back to the planning board. That's on February 12th, so you can be expecting that to come back here within the next month or 2, I would guess. Historic District Commission and Design Review Board, they're working on the Historic Preservation Master Plan. Right now, they're updating their photographic inventory of all of our historic resources in town. The Environmental Sustainability Committee, which we just appointed another member today. We do have a quorum now for that committee. We have enough people that have been appointed to the permanent committee now. They will be having their first meeting as the new permanent board on February 17th to look at implementing the Birmingham Green Healthy Climate Plan. The Multimodal Transportation Board will be meeting on February 6th, and they will be discussing the long-awaited Shirley and Arlington safety and speed mitigation design discussions as a result of the completion of the improvement of that road at the width, et cetera, before. So that'll come back up. The Public Arts Board, we have a new sculpture that was recently installed on West Maple Road, Hub Connection by James Kay. And as always, when a new sculpture comes up, we do get the odd phone call. I love the sculpture. I don't love the sculpture, but it definitely elicits a lot of conversation and discussion. From the police department, a major case update with our special investigations unit, where we have an officer that participates with plenty of other local departments around here. They just made a big breakthrough in an auto theft criminal organization, and it was the group that has been going around mostly in unlocked vehicles or the key fobs left in the vehicle and stealing them. They rounded up 4 different people at the beginning of January at a location, and multiple charges are pending. So congratulations and thank you to the police department for that. Also, from the police department, community engagement, the community resource officer, Gina Moody, has been going around and doing special presentations. She does training for Alice, so if any business or organization in town wants to learn the response to active shooter incidents, she can do that. Birmingham Police Department has done that for the city and various departments over the years. She will also do a speaking engagement if there are safety or security concerns throughout the community. She recently participated in Shop with a Cop on December 10th. And basically, it's just a way of the police department getting out in and around with members of the public and residents so that they see what we're doing on a regular basis and they feel comfortable with our police department. Also, on January 9th, there was a coffee with the chief that was held at Story Point on Lincoln Avenue. And coming up on January 18th, 2 weeks ago, several officers attended the Birmingham Unified Kings hockey game. So basically, to get the police out in the community a little more and make sure that everyone understands the community policing that's going on and that we're always there and we're always on the lookout. Parking systems update. Well, the biggest thing to report, which you all know because you just recently approved it, was to upgrade the width of all of the spaces at the Chester Street deck, which were all over the map from 6 foot 5 inches wide to 8 foot 4 inches wide. They're now all going to be 8 feet 9 inches wide, so they'll be better sized, more appropriately sized for some of the larger vehicles, and frankly consistent with what's in our other decks. So, and other updates on that, the Chester Street parking structure repair project is ongoing. You're going to hear a little more about some design options later tonight, but that should be wrapped up by August of 2025, at least the structural repair component. And then lastly, there is a parking report that is available by clicking through the manager's report or going on to our regular website, the monthly parking report, so you can see how many people have been parking, what the vacancies have been like, and so on in the decks. That's it.
Thank you. Any commissioners have any brief questions? Commissioner Host.
Just a comment. When the aging in place report comes to us, are you inviting the Aging in Place Committee?
Yes. I imagine that at least several of them will come up.
All right, thank you. We move on to unfinished business. We have none. New business, the first item is public hearing to confirmation of the Special Assessment District role for the 2025 Cape Seal program. I am going to recuse myself from this item because my residence is within the Special Assessment District, so I will be turning over the meeting to Mayor Pro Tem Baller.
Thank you. Don't have this, so I'll just bang it here. We're going to open a public hearing at 8:04 p.m. And we'll first have a report from city staff.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Baller and Commissioners. I'm Ryan Katz, Deputy Treasurer for the City of Birmingham. Tonight, we recommend the adoption of the resolution before you confirming Special Assessment District Role Number 913, 2025 Cape Seal Program, defraying the cost over a 5-year period at an interest rate of 8.5%. The hearing of necessity was approved on January 13th. The notices were sent out as shown in the report. Thank you.
Okay. this is the time when anyone in the public can ask a question, make a comment, or file a formal objection to the assessment. Is there anyone in the public who would like to do that here? I see none,
Nobody online.
and I don't see anyone online. So I guess we can close the public hearing. And any questions from the commission? Seeing none, I guess how would the city attorney like the most expedient way to present the motion?
A commissioner could make a motion adopting the resolution confirming special assessment roll 913 as depicted on pages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the agenda statement.
And one may so move.
So moved.
I'll second.
Excellent. Well, I think we need a roll call vote then. Any comment on the motion from the public or the commission? Yes, we have.
No,
Nope.
good that you remembered that.
I see no one online, no one in the room. No further comment by the commission. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Schaefer? Yes. Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long is recused. Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mayor Long. You may return.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ballard. All right. We move on to item B for new business, which is resolution to award the Cape Seal program.
Maybe you should.
Do I need to recuse from that one too, to reward the contract?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
To Highway Maintenance and Construction Company, and we have Mr. Corey Borton.
Hi, I'm Corey Borton with the Engineering Department, and we're here regarding the awarding of the contract for the 2025 Cape Seal program. This program was bid out last fall with two bidders, with the low bidder being Highway Maintenance and Construction with a bid of $500,477.75, and then with a 10% construction contingency, the total would be $550,525.53. So if you have any questions regarding this contract, I'm here to answer them.
Any questions for Mr. Borton? Commissioner Host.
Yeah, Corey, have we done business with this group before?
Yes.
And have they met the standards that we set?
This is the same contractor who's done the Cape Sealing the past several years, actually. So they know the city, they know the staff, and they know the processes, and we've worked with them a lot, and so I expect it to go smoothly.
Any other questions? Do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to adopt the 2025 Cape Seal Program, number 5-25P, to Highway Maintenance and Construction Company in the amount of $500,477.75, and a 10% construction contingency for a total of $550,525.53. In addition, to authorize the mayor and the city clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city contingent upon execution of the agreement and meeting all insurance and bond requirements by Highway Maintenance and Construction Company. Funding for the project has been budgeted from the following account, and that is the fund number, fund ID, project award, 10% contingencies, and total amount located on page 2 of 8B of the packet. and to approve the appropriation and amendment of the fiscal year 2024-2025 Local Streets Fund budget as set forth on page 3 of 8B of the packet.
Second.
All right, any comments from the commission on the motion? Any comments from the public on the motion? If you're in the room and you'd like to comment, please come to the microphone. If you are online, please use the raise your hand function and I will call on you. Seeing none, bring it back to the commission. Ms. Bingham, roll call vote.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Mayor Denise Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Corey. All right, new business item C is a resolution to approve BCT Design Group to proceed with the concept design phase of the interior exterior design services project for the parking garages, and we have Mr. Aaron Ford, Parking Systems Manager.
Good evening. As the Mayor said, Aaron Ford, Parking Systems Manager for the City of Birmingham. If you will recall, back in November, City Commission approved the contract to BCT for the interior exterior design services for all 5 parking garages. Included in that scope was a variety of lighting, including interior, exterior, painting of the garages, including walls, columns, any artistical elements, graphics, wraps, and also in addition to any architectural elements. So basically, a complete review of all 5 garages, considering all elements to make them a more pleasant and favorable place to park in the city. BCT is here, or BCT actually broke this project into 4 elements: pre-design, which is where we are right now; 2, concept design; 3, schematic design; and then last, pre-construction. So as I mentioned, we are currently in the pre-design phase. BCT is here seeking approval from the commission to proceed to number 2, the concept design phase. And really what they're here for today is to present to you kind of what their vision is at this stage, and they are really looking to establish project goals, seek feedback, and gain your approval to the next one. So they're really looking to establish the scope of this project and make sure they're kind of going where you want them to go. We heard that previously that the commission really wants to steer this project and have input in how this project goes. And in their design schedule, which is included in this packet, we've kind of scheduled we have 4 in-person meetings with BCT, and we've taken 4 of those meetings and having them present to the commission to make sure you have input and you're guiding this project. So here today is BCT to present, I guess, for the first time, and hopefully seeking approval to proceed to phase 2. Today is Brian Hearn from PCT.
Hi. Thank you for having us. Good evening. My name is Brian Hearn. I'm an architect and project manager at BCT Design Group. We've got a pretty lengthy document here. I'll kind of go through it pretty quickly today, but as Mr. Ford said, you know, the main goal of this document is to outline our scope and to give you a sense of what we think the goals of the project are. Obviously, I think you all know the 5 parking garages we're looking at: Chester, Pierce, Peabody Park, and North or Woodward. This was our roughly draft design schedule. We kind of made a more graphical version here to help illustrate the point. We have just passed the Part 1 scope, where we have done a pretty lengthy review of the garages. We walked all of them with our lighting designer and my group, myself as well. And we've come up with this scope document to kind of set these goals. After that, we will proceed through concepts, where we'll have some more visual representation of what those options could be or what they could look like, and give you the option to further define that in schematic phases. So yes, we're setting the project goals. So after reviewing many of the garages, we kind of came up with what we thought were 3 large buckets of goals, which each had kind of like a subcategory of those goals. One being obviously safety. We want safety. Obviously, a parking garage is a people place. This is places where you have cars mixing. that's obviously a very important part of any project, but particularly in a parking garage. Access, we want good access into the garage, through the garage, but also, we want to maximize how these garages are used. And we think, architectural intervention as well as good interior lighting will help make those places that people want to use, right? And, this is often your first interaction with the city sometimes if you haven't just driven around. We've got guests coming into the city and we want them to have a good impression of the city and carry that message of, a good walkable place that's safe, and they'll return and not have a bad experience because they couldn't park well. And then the third bucket is really placemaking. What I mean by that is a little bit of a buzzword, but it can also mean, how do you make something unique? How do you make it memorable? All those can be a lasting interpretation on your experience both in the garage and visiting or working in the city. Next slide. So breaking each one of these down, so we talked about safety. One of those things is bright open spaces, right? Parking garage needs to be very visible, it needs to be very bright. A lot of the current garages are quite dark or have a lot of shadow spaces, and they lead to this perception of feeling either unsafe or at least feeling like they're not places you want to be, right? And so, reducing dark spots, trying to light the edges of spaces, and give overall global general illumination, and try to create a better average of lighting should help those places give the perception of better safety. Another thing that garages obviously do are create shelter for cars, but shelter for people. And we notice a lot of the parking garages don't really have, that great transition space of, when you're walking into the garage, are you protected from, the weather, the sun, when you're walking in the parking garage or when you're trying to get your ticket. So things like canopies and, just shelter from the elements are good things. If you're meeting someone nearby, maybe you're meeting under there, you can be protected from rain and elements like that. Another aspect of safety was pedestrian safety. Obviously, we want to protect pedestrians while they're in the garage, obviously from being injured or hit, but they need to be visible. They need to know clearly where to go, and where we expect people, some of the garages don't have a lot of striping in them beyond just parking spaces. And some of that's being addressed in your current proposals, but we want to look at how we move people through the space and so that they're safe. Longevity, so this is kind of a broader category of just we want to make all of our architectural interventions or paint or lighting, whatever we're doing, we obviously want to be something that's well taken care of. These are public amenities. We want them to last a long time and be low maintenance. Even having trash cans nearby is important so you're not, having garbage or other elements. The other category was access. So we talked about entry. Again, a lot of these garages don't really have great defined entry points. They have a little bit of signage. They're often just holes in the wall. It's a little hard if you're in the first time to know where those garages entrances are. You might circle the block. Denoting better entry, as these couple examples here have, sometimes it's just through better signage or a minor architectural element that can help bring those things to the front. We talked about maximizing usage. You already have a great, or at least you have signage that does show the parking spaces, so it does help to advertise those garages. It's just like where I work in Royal Oak, they have struggles with trying to get more people to use the garage or know that they're a couple hours are free. Those things could probably be advertised in ways that are more architecturally defined, that would help encourage people to use the parking garages rather than circle the block looking for spaces. Okay, and then wayfinding. At the bottom two pictures there are some of the work that Corbin has done with the signage. We've reviewed that package, which we'll get into in a minute. But wayfinding can be an important part of the aesthetic of the garage. Again, going back to that lasting impression, that it can be just more than just signage. It can be, even branding or opportunities for advertising. And the particular element up there is a map that also can be used to guide people once they leave the garage, where to go within the city. Then we talked a lot about placemaking. Placemaking, we think, is pretty important. Even though parking garages are, not the place you necessarily want to hang out, they do leave that lasting impression of what the city is. And so the building itself can be a part of that. How you identify the building, it's a parking garage, where it is in the city. Those are important things. And these kinds of parking garages, like the Z Garage, have strong architectural presence. They're memorable. And, some of the garages here don't necessarily have all that, or could be amplified through minor intervention. Gathering places, so parking garages obviously can be a great place to start your gathering. Let's meet at the garage, let's meet at the glass, pavilion on one of the garages at Lake Chester. These can be, monumental meeting spots or, icons. This can be art within the city. Here's examples of different options. And then building community through the edges of the parking garages, where could you have architectural intervention and, good seating opportunities. So when you are meeting somebody, you have a place to meet. And then I did fail to skip the architectural heritage and trends. Obviously, we know Birmingham's got many different types of architectural and great heritage. So we want to play out that difference of how do you balance the architecture that's there, but also moving forward towards the front. So we also want to look at lighting. Obviously, that's the biggest component, I would say, of this review. And there's two types of lighting that we're going to be looking at. One is global illumination and general illumination. It's just your generic lighting throughout the space. We have some recommendations on that based on what's out there, which we'll get into in a minute. And then the accent lighting. This is something that's kind of missing from the current proposal or current work that's out there. We need to highlight, or we believe we should highlight those spaces that the pedestrians need to go. Also emphasizing wayfinding, but also, these are opportunities to highlight pieces of the building or other elements that you find in the structure. General illumination, we recommend a warmer garage, so something in the, what they call the 3,000 to 4,000 Kelvin. So it's still white, neutral white, a couple of different colors in here. But, we want spaces to be both inviting to support this message that we've outlined in the goals, but also very clear, very visible, and the perception that it's, very open and clean space. We want to avoid glare, and we want to look for fixtures that have a high color rendering so that, red looks like red. It doesn't, we've all been in these old parking garages that have older technologies that every color tends to look the same. So we want to pick good fixtures that meet those goals. And then accent lighting, so there's a couple ways we can achieve this through accenting walls, accenting the wayfinding, stairs, art features. There's a couple other examples within here. Slide. Exterior features, so some of the garages have these like long, low profiles. How do we accent some of their exterior features, or these stair towers, so that they're beacons and places that people can identify and know where to go, and highlight their architectural features. Some of the garages have some interesting relationship with the ground plane. They have light wells in them that contribute to some of the darker spaces in the lower level, but also could be lit so that they brighten the lower level, but also brighten the parking garage and add some visual interest to those vertical elements. So, I'm going to let our lighting designer come up and talk a little bit about the existing illumination, give you a brief description of what we found out there and some recommendations we have.
Thank you, Brian. I'm Darko Bamfik. I'm a lighting certified and security certified lighting designer. Good evening. We visited all of the garages with Brian, kind of brief walkthrough to get to an agreement what are some of those layers that he just described. He talked about general illumination, right? That's the background. if you were to compare it to artwork, right, the artist on the canvas creates a background first, right, and then they add other things to it. This background is general illumination that we refer to. That's ambient light. That's something that every parking deck has currently, but it's the only layer of light that they have, as you will see in photographs. We will then go in with that accent lighting that he had talked about to finish our painting, so to speak, right? The highlights that create depth of space. So what we found out, a lot of inconsistencies. We could probably just go right to the next page where we showed images. I followed our trip, followed it up at nighttime, and actually took light measurements to establish starting point, what we have, so we can say this and this and this we don't like, so that we can move forward and improve it. So I went through all the decks and I took these photographs, same camera and roughly same time, whatever few minutes it took to go from one deck to the next. It was the same camera, so the image is not distorted from one camera to another type of thing. And I took photograph exactly where I took the measurements. So every light fixture on these photographs that you're going to see, there are two on the upper left. There's one on the upper left and one on the upper right. Directly underneath them, that was my starting point. So these images are relatively accurate to what brightness we're experiencing in a space. And on the left side, I summarized what I found out, what existing measurements were. I averaged them out, so I have an average, I have the maximum, I have the minimum, and I have uniformity. Uniformity means difference between brightest to darkest area on the parking deck that I measured. In this photograph, top photograph, you will see directly underneath the light fixture that appears to be the brightest, right? And in this case, I know it's small writing, you may not be able to see it, so at least I can't. I left my glasses at home. The maximum in this case is 13.9, 14 foot candles, right? Well, we have an image that shows what that represents. What does that mean when I say 14 foot candles? The darkest was 1.9 foot candle in that space. But the big thing is that the uniformity calculates to 7.3 to 1. That means, what is the difference from brightest to darkest? That is what creates impression on human beings when we walk into the space. On the bottom, where it says industry IES recommended illuminance, right, gives us comparison. What is the industry standard, so that we can then compare to what I have measured. And in this case, one item, I'm going to go back to uniformity. It's recommended 10 to 1 uniformity ratio from brightest to darkest. So in this deck, top one, which was Chester, our uniformity was 7.3 to 1. That's a very well lit space in terms of uniformity, which creates less shadows, feels safer, okay? It has nothing to do with color. That's something completely different. So I'm not diving into that at this moment in time. But these images, as we go through all five really quickly, you'll see how different they all appear. The one underneath it is a Peabody. Uniformity on that was 15 to 1. And again, you can tell why. You see brightest to darkest. Some of those light fixtures actually have retrofit LED lamps in them that you screw in, kind of retrofit them, which is not bad, doesn't do too bad of a job. But again, we lack that uniformity. Industry recommended is 10 to 1, and we're way beyond that in this case. Can you go to the next slide, please?
On the numbers, the higher the number, the better? Or the lowest?
No, lower the number.
Lower the number.
Right. 10 to 1 is recommended. If it's 10 to 1 or lower, we're within industry standard. If it's higher than that, you're going to laugh at this one. For example, let me start with a funny one, to me at least. The bottom one is the old Woodward. And on all these decks, as I was going through, I was trying to establish kind of typical space for every parking deck, kind of somewhere in the middle as I was driving through, that you could say, okay, this represents parking deck well. And on the lower one, the bright spot happened to be LED light fixture, that bright white one. That measured, wrong page. 53 foot candles underneath that fixture, right? Where recommended industry, the maximum is 9. So you can imagine why that uniformity was 268 to 1, right? So that contrast is what's creating this unwanted place to be. It's not necessarily how bright is the space, but how it lacks uniformity. There's 2 photographs of that LED fixture close up, where you see that styration, that bright spot coming from the fixture in the photograph. That's what I call glare. That is what you don't want. Is you're driving through the space, especially if you have older community driving through it. You don't want the glare in their eyes as they're passing past these light fixtures. So there's one more. Oh, I'm sorry. The top one, that one actually has LED fixtures in them. Historically, I don't know, maybe Aaron can help on that one. I believe that's early generation of LED lighting for this type of environment. The reason I say that is historically LED light fixtures, as they improved them, they started to shift colors into ranges of greens. And that's why we have that green tone in that photograph. If you go to the next slide, this one is the brightest of them. And this one too has a slight shift in direction of green. As I looked close into the fixture and blinded myself, I saw some similarities with the previous one, but this is the brightest of them all. And uniformity on this is 2.3 to 1. This is what we do for office lighting, this level of uniformity. That's why this deck feels so bright, because it's so uniform, because average in this one was only 8.3 foot candles. The brightest spot underneath the fixture was 12. So it's this uniformity that makes this look and feel as bright as it does. What also helps is the very light color of the floor. I don't know if that was at some point in time painted, and it's reflecting some light back into the space, but every single bay has a light fixture, and it's very, very uniform. So this, for a parking deck, is a little bit over the top, a lot over the top. And if I had to go in direction of what I would recommend is, we don't need 10, 15, 20 foot candles under the light fixtures. We'd rather have 5 foot candles throughout and have really good uniformity. And that is the goal, in my opinion, for the general illumination for all the parking decks. To create this uniform illumination that's going to make it feel, as he had described, he used a lot of adjectives, right? Feels good, feels safer, and all of that. I'm trying to put numerical value so that I can select the proper light fixture that will achieve that. So that's existing conditions, and that's the direction we recommend we proceed. You want to keep going from here?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I think a lot of the existing work right now is scheduled to be mostly a replacement. And so we may need to look at some of the spacing for, as we get into some of the other garages. The Chester garage, as you're seeing here, these were the mock-ups that were provided. We did look at those. They're a little hard to review kind of in their individuality because of there's still other fixtures that are out there. And the garage hasn't been painted yet, those elements. But we will be able to make a recommendation in this next conceptual phase, given these guidelines here that we've presented today. Okay, the other 2 things that are related to this, obviously we've been asked to coordinate with Corbin's wayfinding signage. We've reviewed their package and their elements. It's a great, beautiful package. Each of the garages are branded a color that we might play in on some of the accent painting that we were talking about before. Our task here is really just to coordinate with their signage, and if we're going to suggest an architectural intervention, we'll coordinate if something needs to change, or if we want to internally illuminate a sign, if we can't externally illuminate it, those options there. The second half of that is the WJE and RAM's current construction scope, which was touched on before. They're working on the Chester garage right now. We obviously want to try to accelerate our Chester garage recommendations to try to get that work, before they're painting and remobilizing those aspects. But we also want to look at this globally and make sure we're making the same or similar recommendations for the other parking garages. But we've reviewed their current drawings, and here that most of the general global illumination, as we saw in those pictures, does appear to work pretty well for this garage. Once the final selection of the fixture is selected, we just may need to accent some of those focal points like stairs and the entrances and exits of the garage a little bit more than just a replacement, because they may be a little inefficient with the amount of lighting that's in those spaces. Lastly, we did the basically the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats of each of the parking garages. I'll just kind of hit the very high level things here. Obviously Chester has this very strong glass corners. I think a lot of the proposals picked up on that. They're kind of beacons at night, and I think lighting those on the interior, adding some color to them, and then focusing, as you see in the bottom right image, that's the entrance to the vehicular entrance to the parking garage. Obviously people that park there monthly know where it is, but it's a little hard to identify, and could be protected and uplit at night, so it kind of adds more of that beacon and more of that wayfinding experiential architecture. It does have some really cool, these are some of the shots about the lower level that we think could, you could wash light, which would put more light back into the lower level of the garage, make it more usable. Notice that a lot of people don't tend to park down there for obvious reasons. But also, light the facade from below in a way that would be, would help it glow at night. The Pierce garage, as we all know, right next door, is fairly low slung kind of design. The lighting's a little bit more challenging there. It has a low floor-to-floor ceiling. Again, as Darko mentioned, it's got a lot of these like hot, bright spots, but then the falls off real quick. So looking at the spacing of that lighting, I think will be pretty important, as well as the entrances. But it does have these unique features to light up the bottom, potentially, of the garage and highlight its entrances. It was repainted, I guess, years ago, and we'll coordinate with that with WJE scope, because obviously there's a lot of spalling, either from water damage or poor adhesion in the paint. Peabody, aesthetically more brick on this particular garage, has a lot of red accents, kind of fits with the orange color scheme. Again, has this light well that has a lot of opportunity to uplight the building at the corner. But again, these strong vertical towers, lots of curtain wall, which you don't usually see on a parking garage, that can be glow at night and add more visual interest. Some interesting opportunities here, as you'll see, like the ADA ramp needs a little bit of work. So these might be opportunities to add also a little bit more whimsical or more place-making features other than just replacing a handrail. We could do something interesting with the railings, for example. The Park Street garage, this one's kind of interesting. That's more vertical and it's columns, but it has these very industrial, I would call them, stairwells that are in need of obviously a lot of repair work in the WJE scope that's already done. But we obviously want to light those, make those spaces that people want to be in and not feel odd. But it does have this large floor-to-floor height, which is great, so we can drop a fixture and light the ceiling a little bit more and try to help that global illumination. This was the one that had a lot of the very bright lighting that Darko was mentioning. It does also have the challenge of the spandrel wall, the low wall, the crash wall, some people call it, is not in great shape. It's kind of flimsy and will probably need to be maybe already being scheduled to be replaced. So we'll need to provide some recommendations in terms of what to replace that with or repair it with. And then the north Old Woodward garage, obviously we looked at some older street view. There was a facade on this at one point. I'm not exactly sure why it was taken down, but when they replaced the crash rails like that with the cable railing, it leaves this kind of very open, exposed vehicular approach where you're seeing all the car lights and everyone's vehicles. So there might be an opportunity to add some more facade there on Old Woodward. It does have some art, it's just not lit well at night. and these stairwells could be brighter and could have, this accent color potentially that could glow at night and add to the wayfinding experience. So yes, in general, we're looking to your comments and thoughts on these goals so that we can then move to get more architectural expression of what those things might be in our next phase, and then move on to schematic after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Really comprehensive report.
that's awesome.
I think you hit the strengths and the weaknesses really well, and I'll ask the commissioners if they have any comments or questions. Commissioner Host.
I just think it was a wonderful presentation, and Brian, your lighting man just reeks of enthusiasm. And thank you.
Just well done. I'm happy with everything.
Okay. Commissioner Hay?
I really liked that SWOT report. I mean, really liked it. It was good reading to see the summaries on each one of those garages. So that was extremely helpful. Question for Darko, if I may.
Sure.
When you were talking about the foot candles, so engineer question, I'm afraid. When you were talking about the foot candles, help me understand, because I just don't know. The higher the foot candle, does that mean there's more energy consumption? And so with your recommendation of a lower but more consistent, it could actually be a lower net energy consumption, potentially, than we would be seeing in some cases?
Correct.
I'm saying this because there's a sustainability fellow right there who decided to stay, and this is something I want him to pay attention to.
Considering that we're switching on 3 of the 5 parking decks, we're switching from HID light sources to LED, we're automatically going to have lower energy consumption. Yes. For the other 2 that are LED, we will still have lower energy consumption, but not by as much as the other 3.
Understood. But the clarification for me was we have the opportunity that we will be seeing an improvement in energy consumption.
Yes.
However small, it's still an improvement. Potential. Don't forget, I said potential. I'm not committing you.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
I said potential. I'm not committing you fully. I'm just trying to understand if there's an opportunity for us. And
Yes.
in principle, there is. Thank you. That's what I wanted to understand.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Even with some of the accent lighting that we will be providing that he had mentioned, will also be LED. We have seen generally on conversions from HID to LED conversions, we can do general lighting and accent lighting, and combined, we're still going to be consuming less energy than we have. So energy consumption reduction is absolutely happening, yes.
Fine. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Butler?
And maybe, I've been in decks where there are motion detectors, so the lights aren't even on until somebody walks in, which, I don't know, that's for another day, probably.
Actually, that's an excellent point. In those images that I showed of existing parking decks, and underneath I had a little summary of what industry standards are. You might have noticed that there were 2 standards for maximum and maximum and minimum illuminance for the space. Those are based on industry standards with controls, maximum being when the lights are at the brightest. That's what they recommend, how many foot candles. However, there's ASHRAE 90.1 energy code that we have to follow that requires us to have system so that it senses if there's no occupancy in the space, it cuts down brightness. I forgot if it's to 30% or by 30%. I'm going to go back and double check, which further reduces the energy consumption. But then when there is a movement sensed, then lights come back on. That's what you're referring to. You see that in a lot of decks, but that's driven by energy code, even though a lot of owners don't like it because they think it's going to be distracting for the drivers. Mixed feelings about it, but it's a code. We have to follow it, so, yeah.
A couple other comments. I would like to recommend that they be introduced to the Public Arts Board, or at least the functioning of the Public Arts Board, which places public art. And there's quite a bit around town, and if there are opportunities for that, they tend to take sometimes years to get something, so the sooner the better. And but, if there are places that you identify that are appropriate. I think you also talked about landscaping. I don't know to what extent you're going to do that, but we have an arborist, and we have lists of acceptable trees and stuff like that. You were curious about the old Woodward deck and the facade.
Yeah.
It started to fall off on cars.
These cases.
And so that was an emergency, and I'll remind everybody here that that was an emergency work to remove that and put up the cabling. It was never intended, I don't think, to be permanent. So have at it there. Although you should understand that parking deck and parking lot are ripe for redevelopment. And there was a plan that didn't go through, but whatever. Finally, there have been several times that we've asked about banners, town banner, like, across the main street that announces a parade or a fair or something like that. Well, we were never able to persuade the administration to do that, and we're told that banners on the parking decks were a suitable replacement or substitute for that. They haven't worked out that well. I mean, I think that we could, if that's something we want to do, and it's apparently something we are doing, that you could make some recommendations about placement, design of those banners, proper size of fonts, number of words, things like that, so that if we're going to do it, we do it effectively.
That's great. That's great comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Long?
I think this, coupled with resizing the spots of the parking, will get somebody like me who does not like parking my car where people open their doors into it, where it's dark at certain times of the night, where the cars are close together, which is not a safety issue, is well overdue and welcomed. And I thought it was an excellent presentation.
Right. There is a suggested motion.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes, certainly.
Just to share the enthusiasm for this project in its entirety, wayfinding, making the garages more attractive. I'll share a use case with my mom, who lives in Birmingham, who fell recently at the movie theater when we were there. And we had driven separately, and I went to go find her car. And I had told her to park in the Pierce Street parking deck. And I gave her 52 landmarks. The Townsend, 220, I rattled off all of these places. So when I went to go find her car, I went to the Pierce Street parking deck and walked and circled and walked and did the key fob and walked for about a half an hour before I realized I was pressing the key to my own car, and then realized I should probably drive and try and find her car. And after circling the parking deck, I aborted the mission and went to pick her up in my car. And when I got to her, she said, "Oh, I parked at the deck over by where Anthropology used to be, which is the Chester Street deck, I think." Anyway, the point is, it will be amazing if we can say the deck with the pink banner, the deck with the orange banner, because nobody memorizes the names of these decks. Even I, who sit here and have lived here a long time, still can't remember the names of all of the decks. And so I think just to share the enthusiasm for improvements, my own kids don't like taking the stairs because they're noisy, et cetera. So we will look forward as a family to seeing these decks just a happier place to be.
Well, then,
So.
Yeah.
I'll make the resolution. Where is it? Okay, to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the BCT Design Group to proceed to the concept design phase of the interior exterior design services project.
I'll second.
all right, dueling seconds.
The
We
left
have-
side all seconded.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other commission comment on the motion? Is there any public comment on the motion? Please come to the microphone, state your name and address, make your remarks. I see none in the room. Is any public comment online? Please use the raise your hand function. I see none, so we'll bring it back to the board, and Ms. Bingham will roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We look forward to seeing the concepts. All right, we now move to new business D, resolution to approve the use of the term Birmingham Senior and Community Center in reference to the proposed new building at 400 East Lincoln as recommended by the Ad Hoc Senior Recreation Committee. And we have Ms. Ecker.
Yes, well, as you know, the last meeting that we had in January, and several meetings, quite honestly, before that, a lot of discussion and debate over what we've chosen to describe the proposed new building at 400 East Lincoln as. When you created the ad hoc committee that is kind of overseeing or making recommendations to you about what goes on there, it was entitled the Ad Hoc Senior / Recreation Center Committee. So that has been what it has been called thus moving forward. And we keep hearing comments that maybe we need a better name, maybe we need to have the use of the word community in there for a community center vibe. And so we took this issue to the ad hoc committee last week, and at their meeting, they talked about, maybe 10 or 12 different options for titling it. And ultimately, remember, this is not for the formal specific name that'll be on a sign at the end of the day, because maybe we'll sell naming rights to the blank family community center or what have you. But this is for how we're going to describe it going forward as we go further with this project. If we decide to go to a vote for the people, or a ballot vote to the people, what we had mentioned in the proposed ballot language at the last meeting was a new senior / recreation center for the city, including da-da-da-da-da. So there was some concern that we want to make that a little more broad and make sure that the community understands that it is something more broad for all ages, for all of the community to use. So after much discussion on the 10 or 12 different ones they considered, the Ad Hoc Senior Center Committee recommended to the City Commission that the building be described, the new building be described as the Birmingham Senior and Community Center.
Thank you, Ms. Ecker. I have to say, I watched that meeting, and I'm a little perplexed by this, because I thought that they had ended up with Birmingham Community and Senior Center. Everybody agreed on the dropping of recreation. There were some comments that said they preferred senior and community as more of a nod to next, but I did not see that there was a motion to change the previous recommendation. But let's have discussion.
So obviously, Commissioner Ball and I sit on that commission, and that was my understanding, that we had decided upon Birmingham Community and Senior Center. I will say that during that discussion, that the folks from Next preferred it the other way around, and there was a member of the community that stood up that said they preferred it a different way, but that the ad hoc committee, with those exceptions, had settled on Birmingham Community and Senior Center, dropping the recreation and switching the two around. And the reason for that is because, as we all know, we've lived this project morphed. It was supposed to be the next home for Next, with the YMCA departing. And the YMCA didn't depart, they're staying, which is great. And then deciding to tear down the building and do a new building and do a community center in addition. So because the chessboard's changed over time, the thought process was let's have a name that, and we were tripping over the name in various documents and what have you, let's have a name that adequately and properly describes the facility as we are now, which is tearing down the building, building a new building, and making a center for the community and for the seniors. So that was my understanding when I was on the board. Commissioner Baller, I don't know what your recollection is.
I wholeheartedly apologize, because the meeting was held, as you know, on Wednesday night, and Thursday morning, I put this report together without the benefit of the minutes or the recording at that time.
That's fair.
So I was going off of my notes, so my apologies. There was back and forth between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All right. You concur, Commissioner Baller?
Yes, I do concur.
Okay. Commissioner Schaefer?
Yeah, I mean, without knowing that, actually, I felt that with the evolution of this project and the nod to the voters who will ultimately decide what happens, the word community should come first. I think that's its intention. This is not just a senior center. The YMCA serves the young people here, and I think they will get left out. Potentially even with a vote, if we don't make a nod to the young people and the younger people in this community, and also a nod to the seniors. So without knowing that happened, I was in favor of switching the two words around.
Everything Commissioner Schaefer just said, I was going to mimic.
All right. Commissioner Host?
I agree.
We know that you are very in favor of the word community being first. All right. Commissioner Haig.
So I've got a slightly different perspective. Whether it says community and senior, and I do think community needs to come first, so we're kind of we're back at the original argument that happened months ago. But if we're just naming a building, it's Birmingham's building. The senior and the YMCA are actually tenants. So as far as the building naming is concerned, it is actually the Birmingham Community Centre in my mind. Because even if we say Birmingham Community and Senior, where's the YMCA portion in that naming? So as far as a building name is concerned, that they then may get other naming, plus the actual advertising that will go on the front of it. The building to me is the Birmingham Community Centre. It is then leased by the city to Next, YMCA, and whatever other functions we decide to do it with. But the building itself is the Birmingham Community Centre, because we will have a different name on the front of it. You've alluded to it for sponsorship, and also there will be a label in the front that says YMCA of Birmingham. So it's our asset. Call it our asset, so that it's got a consistent name, and then the lease is actually what it will be used and named as in practical use. That's just how I'm looking at it.
Commissioner Host.
I agree with Commissioner Haig that the ideal name should be the community center, but there is a little pushback by somebody who has another house, which is the community house. Maybe. We're the center, we're not the house.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yeah, I mean, I can sort of see what you're saying. If we had included any one of those names in, the Birmingham Community and Next Center, or Birmingham Community and YMCA
It's too
Center.
wordy. That's the
No, I
thing
know.
for me.
I concur. But I don't know that we're making a nod to anybody other than Birmingham when we say Birmingham Community and Senior Center. That's inclusive of the community. I mean, you could say Birmingham Community Youth and Senior Center, but then the people like us are left out. So.
That's why I'm just trying to narrow it down to something that's not wordy. And like I said, it's more a question of what's the name of the Birmingham's building? That's it. That's what it comes down to. What the actual functional use is what's written on the front of it.
But other communities do use the word seniors in conjunction with community for their centers in many cases. So
I said it's a perspective.
Yeah. Commissioner Wallach.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the use of the term Birmingham Community and Senior Center in reference to the proposed new building at 400 East Lincoln as recommended by the Ad hoc Senior Recreation Center Committee.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion by the commission? Any discussion or comment by the public? You're welcome to come to the microphone, make a comment, or use the raise your hand function if you are online. I see no comment in the room and no comment online, so bringing it back to the commission. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Oh, opposed, excuse me. You were an opposed, Commissioner Haig? Okay, so 6-1. All right, thank you. We move on to new item E, resolution to approve in concept the draft agreements for tenancy for Next, a 501c3 organization providing senior services to the residents of Birmingham and surrounding communities, and in concept the draft agreement for the tenancy for YMCA, a 501c3 organization providing services to the residents of Birmingham and surrounding communities. And Ms. Ecker, I will give you the floor.
Yes. Well, as I alluded to at the last meeting on January 13th, we're getting into that time period where a lot of the work of the last year is starting to come together and the puzzle pieces are going to start fitting into place. So tonight, what we'd like to talk about is the draft agreements that we have worked out with the future tenants. So a draft agreement between the city and Next for the use of space in the building, and also the draft agreement between the city and the YMCA for the use of space in the building. Keep in mind, we are not asking for any approval of these agreements tonight. It is too soon to approve it. We still have many items that we are working through not the least of which is, of course, the final program for the building, which will come up with the determination of how much space will, how many square feet will be exclusively Next, how many will be exclusively the Y, and how many square feet will be shared between Next, the Y, and the community at large. So I just reiterate, that program document is in the works. We had many hours of meetings over the last several weeks, most significantly a 3-hour night meeting over at Newman Smith's office with Next and the YMCA and the city, kind of working on what did they like about what was laid out, what did they not like, what did they need added, what could they reduce, and to look at how we can get this building to fit into the parameters of the 44,500 and the 49,000 square feet that the commission directed. So that program document, finally, you will see this Friday, January 31st. It's going to hit the streets, it's going to be coming to you, and it's going to be coming to the ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee will be reviewing it next Wednesday, February the 5th, and that is the final, I don't want to even like the word final, because it's the draft final program for the center, subject to the comments and feedback and suggestions of the ad hoc committee, and then you, when it comes to you, on February the 10th at a regular meeting. So you will have the chance to have 11 days to look at the program, see what's in there, see how it's had to been cut and reworked to accommodate the downsize to 44.5 to 49,000 square feet. So right now, even that alone, we can't plug those numbers into this agreement. So we're not asking you to approve the agreement. What we're asking for is, I guess, your interpretation or your comments that we are going in the right direction. We have said many, many times over the last several months that the city, along with the city attorney's office, our owner's representative, have been negotiating with Next, their executive director, and oftentimes members of their board, and why their executive director on site, their Metro Detroit director, and several of their board members from time to time on terms for each of these agreements. So I'd like to walk through each of them and tell you what we're thinking so that you understand that we have reached sort of a tentative agreement amongst the management staff of the other two, Next, the Y, and the city. Of course, all of these agreements are, not only are they subject to your approval once we get all of the finalized details inserted, but also subject to the approval of the Next Board of Directors and the YMCA Board of Directors. So this is the first pass at everybody seeing cards on the table, what the proposed deals are, negotiations were for each of these organizations, and getting your feedback about what you like, what you don't like. Are we going in the right direction? Do we need more of this? Do we need more of that? So that's kind of, in a nutshell, where we're looking at. So I'll start with Next. The agreement between Next and the city, and Mary, our city attorney, if you have any questions on the legal provisions or if she wants to add something that I missed, please feel free to jump in. But essentially, the agreement with Next is predicated on the original memorandum of understanding that was signed between the city and Next, which said that Next would give $500,000 over to the purchase of the property in exchange for $1 rent for a long-term lease thereafter. The intent of that at the time, according to the previous city manager who had passed this along to me, was that we would use the existing building. Next would move in. They would give us some money to help purchase it. We would then do the senior millage to get some money together to renovate the building, and they would pay $1 a year rent, and there we would have it. And it was based on Next moving in and doing their thing in that building, with the Y having a very small portion of the building for summer camps, et cetera. So that's where it started. And that was the $500,000 that Next gave to the city for the purchase, was their $1 rent. So this lease agreement, well, sorry, it's not a lease agreement, it's an agreement or an operating agreement, whatever type of agreement you want to call it. We are calling it just simply an agreement between the city and Next. Basically is providing a tenancy in perpetuity. It was always envisioned that this would be the permanent future home of Next. Of course, we can also tie this to a 20-year term. That would still be a long-term lease. We could provide additional terms that they can be renewed over time. If you do decide to go from in perpetuity and you think that it needs to be tied to a potential bond, 20 years would be good. If there is a bond issue, then that's when that bond would be repaid, and then maybe the city would wish to renegotiate in 20 years, when all of us may not be here, but somebody else will, and there'll be a different financial situation at the time. So that's something, that's the term. The agreement is that Next will not be paying for their operating expenses, but I'll get to the why when I get to that agreement. They have offered to pay the operating expenses for the building as a whole, including the Next space, the shared space between the city, Next, the Y, and the community, and the Y's space. That is their contribution, so to speak, because they didn't put money towards the purchase price, obviously. They sold it to us because they needed to sell that asset. So there's going to be a specific part of the building that'll be under the exclusive control of Next. There'll be a separate entrance that's controlled, that people that go into Next are only Next people. Into the lobby and into their office space, and some exclusive space there as well. The Next folks would have to provide their own insurance and liability issues for what they're doing, your basic renters, tenants, insurance, that kind of thing. So that's what we're proposing with Next. They would not have to pay anything. What gets a little more complicated is that we're not the only community that's involved with Next. As you know, there are 3 other interlocal partners that we have. We're in an interlocal agreement, which is separate from this agreement that would be with Next and the city. And in that agreement, that was signed in 21, I believe it was. And at that time, there were funding levels that each of the municipalities would put into funding Next to give them a stable source of income, in addition to sponsorships, philanthropic donations, etc. Under the terms of that agreement, Birmingham currently contributes approximately $125,000 a year to Next, and each of the other communities also contributes an amount of money. In addition, all of our residents pay a $55 a year membership fee to join Next, as do the other community, or the other participating communities' residents. Non-residents, so people that are not from the 4 communities that are contributing on a regular basis to the operating expense, or to the operation of Next, they pay a higher membership fee. So keep in mind that whatever we do here, what we decided was to go out and buy this building and find a future home for Next. We didn't go to the other communities and say, hey, we want to split this building with you. You give us some money and we'll subdivide it into all 4 of our names. We bought it as a community asset for the city of Birmingham. Remember, our charter says that we can't sell any property or a portion of property to anyone else without going to a vote of the people. So originally there was some talk, okay, maybe we have each of those communities buy in and we have a condo share of the building, for instance, for each community. We can't do that without going to a vote of the people. So essentially Birmingham's contribution now to Next, what we're proposing with this agreement and an amended interlocal agreement moving forward, is that instead of paying $125,000 a year from the general fund to help fund the operation of Next, instead, we would be funding the portion of the building that's dedicated to Next through a bond issue. So that bond issue is our donation, or in-kind expenses towards their operation. So what we're proposing then in this agreement and the interlocal agreement that I'll get into a little bit, we don't have a revised draft here, but I will tell you that we have met, the management staff has met with the management staff of Franklin, Bingham Farms, and Beverly Hills, and there was at least verbal agreement and consensus that they understand that we chose to buy this building. We are funding the building, and that is a large in-kind donation to Next because it gives them a building, a roof over their head, and now potentially the Y is paying the operational expenses. So therefore, Birmingham would not contribute that $125,000 a year out of the general fund. So that would go away. And there was discussion that if that goes away, Next needs to know that they're going to have a steady influx of cash, and that therefore the other three communities would have to step up and replace that $125,000, not only to make sure that they have the money that they need to run, but also to make it more equitable, because we are still giving more money, but we're giving it through construction and the actual building itself, as opposed to operational dollars out of the general fund. And we're proposing potentially a new membership rate with Next, where Birmingham residents either pay less than $55 or all the way down to potentially zero, assuming that Next can still make up the same amount of money that they need to operate. And I'll get into that when I get to the PowerPoint. I'm talking a lot. But in any event, so we did talk to all of the communities. They all understand and agree that they will have to kick up their contributions so that each of the members of Next will all pay a similar amount per member. And what that means is if those communities kick in more money, and either we're saying to them, they could either raise the resident fee for their residents, or they could raise their general fund contribution and keep the membership fees at $55 for their residents like they are now. That's up to them. They have all agreed to take that back to their boards or councils, commissions, what have you, and they feel that is a reasonable ask. In addition, what that means, though, is a non-resident user that comes in from, say, Southfield or Bloomfield Hills who wants to join Next, they will then have to pay an even greater membership fee because they're not providing any input, any influx of cash through the general fund or for a building. Next, we've of course met with Next to discuss all of this. They're in agreement with this new type of rate structure, not the specific numbers, but the fact that the rates do have to change. But they also have concerns that they don't want even that non-member rate to get so high that it scares people off from joining and participating in Next. Now, they also want all of us to know that you don't have to be a member of Next to get some of the services that they provide. So they do provide services to seniors across this whole area, even if they're not members of Next. But if you want to partake in the lectures and the pickleball and the arts and crafts and the writing and the music and all of these things, then you do have to be a member of Next. So that's the deal on the Next side. On the YMCA side, as you know, we've had extensive discussions with them. What we're proposing with the agreement with YMCA in the city is a 20-year term with possible extensions for 10 years at a time moving forward. That they, again, will have a exclusive use of a portion of the building, square footage yet to be determined, shared space of the shared flex space in the middle. And in their agreement, based on all of the comments that we've heard from what we want the community uses to be, we have also asked them that since the community was very clear that they wanted a pool, the Y's pool is a significant portion of what attracts members to the Y to pay their membership fees to support their operation. But at the same time, our community public wanted to be able to use that pool. So we have put in here provisions that stipulate that the Y has to provide access to the pool for Birmingham residents, 2 hours, 2 hour block through the work week. So 9 to 5, 9 to 6, 8 to 6, whatever. And then another 2 hour block on the weekend for residents. So any resident, whether you're a member of Next or a member of Y, you can just come in and you can use that pool. In addition, they've agreed to staff and maintain the pool not only during the entire week, but also during those public hours. They would take care of hiring lifeguards and supervision and all of that. In addition, they've also agreed to make the gym available in similar 2 hour blocks, one during the work week and one on the weekends, to make it available for pickleball or basketball, whatever, if anybody wanted to use it. That has yet to be determined for general residents of Birmingham. I will also tell you that right now the design that Newman Smith is working on, and we do have the lucky person from Newman Smith that was picked from them to attend. They're not making a presentation tonight, but they're here in case you have questions. The design that we're looking at now, in addition to having a gym, is also proposing to have an elevated walking track above the gym. So in terms of the shared space in this building, I want to reiterate that there would be a tenant of Next, there'd be a tenant of the Y, and there'd be a huge portion of this building in the middle that's shared, program for Next, program for the Y, and for the community. So the walking track would be available potentially. Again, we haven't approved the schematic design, but this is what we're talking about. The walking track would be there for residents to use anytime they want that this facility is open, that there would be community rooms. We're talking about even some hospitality rooms, so if somebody wanted, a member of the public wanted to have a baby shower, they could go in and use a room. If they wanted the scout troop to have use of the room every Wednesday at 7 o'clock, they can use the room. There's the community swimming, there's the community pickleball or basketball, and in addition to that, there are hours throughout the time period when Next is basically, I don't want to quote the hours because I'm sure I'll get it wrong, but I think Next is like 8 to 7 most days through the week. The Y is, I believe, 6 till 10 through the week. Saturdays, I believe it's 8 to 3, and Sundays 10 to 5, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure Parrish will correct me when he gets up here. But in any event, the point is the Y in their agreement has agreed to basically act as, and you saw the word gatekeeper in the contract, to basically monitor people entering the facility. They enter the facility, they can be directed to Next, they can be directed to the Y, they can be directed to the walking track or some of the shared use rooms or uses that might be in play. In that shared space, there's fitness rooms, there's hospitality rooms, there's regular meeting rooms, there's rooms potentially for art classes and things like that where they'll have water supplies and different equipment. So all of those things that the public can access as well. We talked extensively about having a master scheduler of some sort. So originally, the Y had offered to provide us with somebody that would schedule all that shared space. In the discussions back and forth with Next and the Y, that came up that, maybe that could be problematic. Maybe the city, as the landlord of the building, the owner of the building, needs to have the ultimate responsibility for how to share that so that Next doesn't feel like the Y is scheduling more of their activities or the Y doesn't feel like Next is scheduling more, that we would be kind of the master scheduler for all of that shared space. But in addition to the times when Next is gone and the Y is gone, there's still an abundance of hours that in particular the gym is available that we could use for public pickleball if people wanted to rent the gym for pickleball, for parties, for basketball, games, leagues, whatever, to the general public, general residents of Birmingham. So I tell you, there are a lot of community uses that we're discussing as well. The Y has agreed to be the gatekeeper and provide the access during their hours of business. If there are off hours past that, we would have to have, as a city, somebody that would staff that building. And when I say somebody, that doesn't mean that we are necessarily paying for a full-time employee to do that. Maybe the Y would contribute, maybe Next would contribute, maybe we would do it. But essentially, we want to have control over the building as a whole within the city. Okay? So that's what we talked about there. Also, one of the concerns was if the Y were to leave, and remember when we started, we were to have no pool. The pool was going away. The city didn't want the pool. They didn't want the maintenance. We didn't want the liability. Nothing. It was going away. We heard from the community loud and clear, we want the pool, keep the pool. So the Y is going to manage it, operate it, run it, staff it. But there's a provision built into the agreement with the Y and the city that puts together a capital reserve fund at a level of $25,000 a year, going forward up to a max of $250,000, and that is there so that if for some reason the Y decides to leave and they want to terminate their agreement with the city at some point, and we're left with a pool, the provision in the agreement is that we'll bring in an independent third-party pool expert to come and evaluate what's there, what needs to be done to bring it up to snuff, and to do maintenance to bring it up to standards. So that pot of money, that $250,000, would be kept in, the Y would hold it, so it would be under their control, but it would be held in trust. So at the end of that time, we would hire a pool expert. They would tell us, and both parties, the Y and the city, would agree, whatever that independent third-party pool expert said. They said, okay, look, you guys have taken great care of it. You know, all you really need is a $25,000 grout job on the deck. You know, I'm making that up. Or they could say, you know, there's a significant amount of wear and tear. There's a $200,000 worth of repair that has to be done to the pool to bring it up to snuff, or the mechanical equipment, or what have you. So that's what's built into that as well. The other major part we talked about next, contributing $500,000 to the purchase of the property. If you remember, they also worked with us and they applied for a grant and got it from Oakland County Parks for $200,000. So they've put $500,000 in, and they've basically allowed us to use the grant money, the $200,000, for the work that we've done so far, the feasibility study, the concept study, some of the work that we've done, the review of the structural analysis of the building previously, et cetera. The investment, or the investment from the YMCA that they're proposing is to cover the operating costs of the building. And Brian can talk about that a little bit more, but basically they're gonna pay for the utilities, the heat, the water, the electricity, the internet, janitorial services, toilet paper in the bathrooms, you know, this kind of thing, to cover for the whole building. So there will not be a carrying cost of the city to pay for this service within the building, and it takes away next need to contribute operating expenses for their portion. They're agreeing to cover the whole thing. Depending on the final size of the building, that could be anywhere from, I think it was $460,000 a year to $502,000 a year, based on the estimates that we have at this time. So basically, we're talking in the neighborhood of $475,000 to $500,000 a year that they're contributing in lieu of rent. So that's the way this agreement is set up. So they would also pay $1 a year in rent, but in exchange, they're providing $500,000 a year to cover the operating costs of the building as a whole. What would the city be left with? The roof, the walls, the parking lot, not necessarily even. There's been discussion back and forth of who's going to shovel snow and that kind of thing, but we have the facilities to do that. Through our Department of Public Services, we can certainly do that. But that's what the city is left maintaining. So that's kind of the parameters of the YMCA agreement.
The only thing I would also clarify is the ongoing maintenance of the pool, the liability, we would be an additionally insured, but they are to cover the expenses for the daily, yearly maintenance. So that $250,000 cash reserve is an extra assurance that if they leave and there's work to be done on the pool, that money can be used then, and it's available so that we have the assurance that the pool is left in the condition that it ought to be in. And we know they have the finances to do it if it's not. There's also a very large, I think it's called Marshite, I could be saying that wrong. That is a large expense that needs to be done approximately every 10 to 15 years. The $250,000 is not intended for that. They must pay for the Marshite as needed from their own general fund.
So it's a capital reserve fund. They don't use that money in maintaining the pool while they're actively using the building. It's for when they leave, if they leave. Couple of other things I want to draw to your attention. You know, the questions will be, well, what if the bond doesn't pass? What if the commission changes their mind? What if? If there's provisions in both agreements that in the event the bond contingency, so first of all, if you decide to go to a vote to issue a bond and it either fails or you don't decide to do it and you decide not to do the project, the city has the right at its sole discretion to declare the agreements null and void. So I want to say that. So if the bond goes through, we can stop, or if the bond does not go through, we can stop everything. There are some other provisions in there too. What's the other null and void, Mary? There's one more. Oh, yes. In the event that the city is not able to come to terms with contractors, with the architectural, the final design, the contractors, the construction manager, the construction bidders, all of this, and the whole thing falls apart, that the city then can also, in its sole discretion, declare the agreement null and void. So we still maintain the control over this project. Also, in the agreement with Next, there is discussion, so to speak, of a Plan B, which is if all of this goes south, that potentially we can go ahead and go back, well, you know what, I'm going to say this wrong, Mary, but let me just read it to you. Upon Next moving into the existing building, the city agrees to, if all of this goes south and Next ends up moving in under the MOU that was previously established and signed, that all of the monies from the senior millage would go towards them, and we would follow the MOU. Right now, the MOU is valid. If we tear down the building, of course, we need a new agreement, which is this one between the city and Next, because there's different parameters now than what we thought there would be when we set that up. So Brian, if you could go through, bring up the PowerPoint, I'll just explain in a little more detail the financial issues. Two other points. One thing that Next asked for was additional handicap or ADA accessible parking. So in this agreement, the city agrees to double the amount that's legally required in the facility. So if, for instance, you need 5 parking spaces that are ADA compliant that have to be closest to the door, we're proposing to give them 10. Okay? And also, both agreements also contemplate that the relationship between the parties, the city and Next and the city and the Y, we're collaborating. We're not partners. We're not limited or general partners. We're not creating a joint venture. We're not running their business. We are literally collaborating on this. So before I go into this, do you want to touch on anything else from the agreements? Okay. So thanks, Brian. When we go to the first slide, it's going ever so slow. Okay, so this is what I was talking about with the current financial model. The MOU that was the interlocal agreement that was signed between the other 3 communities and Birmingham to support Next was created specifically to give them an ongoing source of revenue, so they know that they would have the money coming in from the communities to support and provide senior services for our residents. Right now, if you look at the top part of this section, you'll see what I was mentioning. Birmingham currently contributes $125,000 a year to Next from our general fund. In addition, any Birmingham resident that wants to join Next pays a fee of $55 a year. Now, it's a very low fee, obviously, but there is a fee. You can see the amounts that are listed here for Beverly Hills, Bingham Farms, and Franklin in terms of the amount that they currently contribute. What we discussed with these other partners was what is their contribution going to increase to if Birmingham now provides our donations to Next, our support through the building itself. That this $125,000 contribution out of the general fund would go away, and potentially the membership fee that our residents were charged would either go away or be reduced even further, because residents are already, if a bond is put on the ballot and if it goes through, they're going to be providing some money in support of that bond initiative. So if that happens and that 125, can you go back? Yeah. Goes away, we need to fill in that gap so that Next knows that they're going to have funding to support the senior services that we have all said are extremely important and we would like to provide to our residents. You can see the non-interlocal participants that I mentioned. There are many other communities that have residents that join Next. They pay a higher fee. You see they're at $80. So if you go 2 slides ahead, I think, Brian. Perfect. Under the proposed model that we're talking about tonight in general, and keep in mind, I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible, but it's very complicated and there's a lot of moving parts. Birmingham would take away the $125,000 that comes out of our general budget because we are contributing to the building for the space for Next. And if we do that, how do we make up that additional funding? And that would have to come from the other communities kicking up their amounts. And so for Beverly Hills, they currently give approximately $50,000. They would have to triple their amount to almost $150,000. Bingham Farms, they're currently at $5,000 a year. They would have to go up to roughly $20,000. Franklin was at 10 or is at 10 now, and they would have to go up to $21,250. Why those numbers? Because we want to ensure that the interlocal agreement that we signed with all of these parties guaranteed a certain amount of money to Next. This is basically, we would amend the interlocal agreement. It would be the same agreement with some amendments. It would be based on a different model, though, and it would increase the amounts that these other three communities pay, and it would eliminate the amount we pay because we're paying to give Next a home. We're paying for construction of the building. What would we do? We talked to the other communities and their managers and a couple of council and commission members that happened to attend. We would give those other communities the choice. They could either decide that they could increase their amount of contribution from their general fund in the amount shown here, or if they can't do that, they could pass that along to their members, and that membership rate could go up that they would charge their residents. So, but all three of those communities did indicate that they felt like there would be support for increasing the contribution out of the general fund and keeping the membership fees in the same amount. Again, subject to final drafting of a new amendment to the interlocal and each of those communities approving that. Also, in negotiations with all of those communities, including Next, the non-member communities, their rates would have to go up significantly higher than what they are now, so they're double. They go from 80 to 160. Why? Because we want to ensure that of all of the members of Next that are paying, that there's some equity built into the system so that somebody from Birmingham is paying out of their pocket less because they've paid some out of their pocket, assuming the bond issue goes through. Whereas somebody in these other communities that are interlocal partners pay a little bit more because their communities kick in from their general fund. The communities that don't kick in pay significantly more to be members so that there's an equitable foundation. So can you go back one slide, Brian? Thank you. So when we talked about in January whether we go to a bond issue, what we've talked about so far, nothing has been set in stone. A 20-year bond term potentially, what would the cost be to the average homeowner? And what we're looking at with a $32 million bond issue over a period of 20 years, that the actual annual cost to the average homeowner would be $211 a year. So that's how much their taxes could go up. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to say, okay, if the Birmingham homeowners are paying $211 more for the bond, how do we help mitigate that extra expense? So if you're a member of Next, you no longer pay a membership fee, or you pay a reduced membership fee, which then takes an amount off what you're paying. What we took here, you can see the 48% and the 52%. Again, this is probably out of date already because things have been moving along fast with the program. But what we took here was, if the average cost to a homeowner is $211 for the bond, how much of that bond money is going to dedicated Next space and how much is going to dedicated Y space, so that we can figure out what financial incentives to get from each of those organizations to help reduce the implication of the extra ask for the bond money. So here, we're talking roughly half and half. That number is not set in stone. We're gonna go with the exclusive square footage to Next plus a portion of the shared space, and the exclusive square footage to the Y plus a portion of the space, and allocate that much of the $211 that the average homeowner would pay. So let's say half, so basically 100 a year goes towards Next space, and 110, which is what we're showing here, goes towards the YMCA. So how do we help offset that amount so that a member of the public says, well, I'm gonna pay extra taxes, what am I gonna get for it? You're gonna get a community center, you're going to get a walking track, you're going to get facility rooms, meeting rooms, hospitality rooms, you're going to get use of the gymnasium, potentially pickleball hours on extended hours, use of the pool, and potentially a reduced membership to Next, and if you can go 2 slides, the WISE membership. We're also proposing a discount to Birmingham residents, which is in the agreement, of 25% on the membership rates of the Y. Why are we doing this? Because if the Y portion of the building is costing the average taxpayer an additional $110 a year in a bond amount, how do we get rid of that by offsetting it through their price of membership? So right now, the current rates for a young adult student, $528 a year, adult 27 and up, $648, adult plus 1, so like a 2-member household, or a family, you see all the rates there. With the discount that we're proposing in this agreement with the Y, this would literally reduce, depending on their type of membership, their membership rates by a minimum of $132. Remember what I said, that the cost of the bond allocated towards the YMCA space, in general, which will change come Friday, is roughly $110. So they're gonna pay $110 more for construction of the building of the Y, and they're going to get a discount of $132 off their Y membership fees. So they're actually gonna come ahead more if this all comes to fruition. Now you may say, okay, that's all fine and good if you're a member of the Y. Because if you're a member of the Y and you pay an extra $110 and you get a new discount of $132, that's great. If you're a member of Next and you pay $100 and now you're not paying a membership fee, and mostly you're cutting that portion off, or at least in half what you would pay now, that's great. If you're a member of both, fabulous. But what if you're not a member of either? You're paying an additional $211 roughly per household, and what are you getting? You're getting the community center space, which is the hospitality rooms, the fitness rooms, the meeting rooms, the ability to use all of those and to rent those spaces and to use them out. When I say rent, doesn't mean we charge, but the ability to sign up to use those spaces. You get potentially the walking track that we're considering that would be open at all times for Birmingham residents to use. We're talking about additional gym programming for pickleball or basketball leagues or what have you. Also, 2-hour chunks of the pool during the week, 2-hour chunks of the pool on the weekend, 2-hour chunks of the gymnasium during business hours of the Y through the week and on the weekend. So these are all of the benefits that we're wrapping in. So this is just kind of an overview of the financial analysis. So I kind of already talked about that. So I think I've pretty much covered all of these key points that we've talked to all of the partners. And this is how we've come, you know, we have talked before about we want to create some equity here. How do we make this fair so that Birmingham is not putting all the money into the home of Next and the other communities aren't upping their game? So that's why we've gone to the other communities, at least for the Next component, but also for the Y, because they are, what are they getting? They're getting a building, yes, but they're not paying to put up a new building, and they're paying to cover all of the operating expenses of Next, the shared space, the community space, and the Y. So they're still paying us to operate essentially the entire building other than, you know, the shell. And then Brian, I think if you go to the next one, I think, is your operating expenses model. If you want to talk a little bit more about this.
So this is, you've seen this in a similar form previously, but this just shows the landlord operating expenses model for both a 49,000 square foot and then the lower range of the 44,500 square foot building. And really, one of the things I adjusted was just that capital reserve, as Jana indicated, for collecting for the pool, the $25,000 a year for that piece of it. And I think she made it clear, but, you know, we're working through the programming part, we're working through the design aspect of it, and this is just the expectation of what it would cost to run it as a landlord. This doesn't take care of that each one of these entities has their own business expenses. We're not talking about running Next or running the YMCA. This is just the building operating expenses for what we're demonstrating here.
And do you want to read through all of those just for people that are watching?
Sure. So it's basically the common area maintenance. So this would be just kind of like the janitorial throughout the building, a section for the utilities, so the gas, the water, the electric charges, the overall liability insurance for the building, and then the management of the facility. And then broken down further, similarly for the pool, the same kind of stuff, a little more expensive, smaller square footage, but obviously a little more intense with the chemicals and the utility costs of the pool, and then the capital reserve for the pool.
So that kind of summarizes the package that you have before you, and we would like your feedback, your comments, changes, suggestions. Are we going in the right direction? Is there something you want to do a little differently? I also draw your attention to the revised schedule that's in here that is different based on the discussion that we had earlier this month, that we don't know if we're going to a bond vote, but we know it isn't going to be in May. So that gave us the ability to extend the schedule and give a little more breathing room to meet all of the deadlines that we'd have to meet if we went to an August vote. So as I said, you're going to get the program document this Friday. You're going to review it on February the 10th at the City Commission meeting, and then you will have the comments of the ad hoc committee at that time. Also on February 10th, there will be a visioning workshop that Newman Smith is going to be putting on. Make sure you bring granola bars or something, because it's starting at 5:30, and it's before the regular meeting. And that'll be sort of like a visioning session, visual preference survey. They're going to show all kinds of pictures and images and designs and styles and materials, and you're all going to give your feedback, kind of like you did with BCT, the styles that you like, the styles that you don't like, materials you like, materials you, to help inform Newman Smith as they're working on schematic design, the program, which is the first piece, and then the schematic design itself. So with this revised schedule, it also gives Newman Smith additional time to work on that schematic design. Now remember, also in the background, on January 13th, you directed us to issue the RFP for the construction manager, which we did, and those responses are due February 6th. They had the ability to write in questions by the end of last week. Those questions were posted on, the responses were posted on Mitten today, and they are due February 6th, which I can't remember if that's next, not this Friday, but next Friday maybe?
Next Thursday.
Thursday, thank you. At that time, those proposals will come in. They will go to the ad hoc committee, who will have a review of all of them and make a recommendation to the commission. So then the next thing that you will see is, so February 10th, the program, February 10th, the visioning workshop, February 24th, you'll be recommending or interviewing the construction management proposals and firms and deciding which, if any, you want to hire. We will probably have some bond language discussion again on that meeting, but we don't have to because we have more time now. Then on March the 10th, there'll be a presentation to you, just like BCTV did, for Newman Smith to come forward and say, here's what we've done on schematic design so far. Are we moving in the right direction? Is this the look and feel that you're looking for. Is this going to work? Are we within the budget? We'd then have the construction manager on board, and they would start doing some of the estimates for construction budgeting as we move along. So you would give feedback to Newman Smith as they move through the schematic design process, and then it would come back on April the 7th for the final schematic design review by the commission as a whole. Also, then, we would have probably at the next meeting or two, once the schematic design is approved by the commission, the design team will turn that over to the construction manager to put their construction estimates in, so that we know if we're in the budget range or not. And Brian, did you want to add on at all to that?
No, that's it. I mean, bringing
Okay.
them on board after the review of their proposals and having them participate in the meetings with Newman Smith so that they can deliver the budget as we've described here before you on May 5th. So you'd have two kind of review sessions with Newman Smith looking at layouts and the schematic design. And then on May 5th, you'll get the schematic design again after those comments with the budget, making sure we're within the budget. And then that's the final meeting to get the bond language approved for a August bond
Right.
vote.
So should you decide to go to a bond vote in August, then we would have to have the bond language in by May 13th. By the time you submit that, if you do decide to move it forward, you will have a complete schematic design package with site plans, renderings, that kind of thing, to present to the public for, discussion as they're deciding if this is something they want to weigh in on, or something they want to support. The city can't advocate for it, but we definitely want to educate the public on what we're asking them for. We also we'll have the program, so it'll be able to tell them what the community at large will get, what the Y gets, what Next gets, et cetera. And we'll have that complete set of schematic designs then for the public to review and decide, and have June, July, August, 3 months before a potential ballot vote in August to consider all of this and to have some public engagement activities. I imagine that Next will have some public engagement activities and discussions, and the Y will have some, and the community at large will probably have some as well. So that's sort of the revised schedule. If a bond vote did go in August, and if it got approved, we would then kick off the design development part of the project. If it did not get approved, remember, the agreements that we're talking about tonight would be null and void. So we don't need these agreements signed tonight. We can't have them signed tonight. We don't have all the details. But we do want to keep moving forward with these so that we can get them negotiated and finalized and have them all signed and ready to go by the time we go on at May 5th with a final schematic design, a final construction budget, and a final decision as to whether we're going to go on the ballot in August. Whole lot of information. Happy to answer any questions.
Yes.
Try to make it as simple as possible.
Yes, so lots to digest, and I'm sure commissioners have many comments. Let me just generally, as a schedule question, there's been a suggestion that perhaps November might be a more appropriate election period. That would require an extension from the school district, an additional 3 months. Has that conversation been had? Is that possible?
Yes, that conversation has been had. No, it is not possible. The Birmingham Public Schools have indicated they have extended it. Remember, it was June.
Right.
And they've now extended it an additional 9, 10, 11 months to the date currently. They will not extend it any further because they plan to have Next out of there, and they're going to renovate that building for an early childhood center. So that has to be done over the course of the summer while the kids are not there. So they will be using June, July, and August to do all those renovations, and they have indicated they will not be extending it any further. So if you go to the ballot, if you do decide to put the question on the ballot in August, that gives us a little more time up front, but we can also still, and we've had discussions with Newman Smith, with the owner's rep, we can still meet the deadline and get Next in potentially by the time they would have to be out of Midvale School. if it goes to the ballot in August. If it goes in November, we will not be able to meet that date, and the school district has indicated they will not extend that date. So Next would have to vacate Midvale and would have no home, or find another home, or figure out some other alternative if it didn't go on the November or the August ballot.
Okay, thank you. So that was a general piece of information that's important to discuss. So I think many commissioners have many specific questions about the agreements. We can start with the next agreement. I would ask that the commissioners just make their points briefly. I would ask if you have a brief answer, and Ms. Kucharik has a legal explanation. There are some legal questions. So first, I just want questions and answers. If we get to a point where the commission wants to say, we think this should move in this direction or move in that direction, I think, individual direction is not sufficient. We would need to kind of get the temperature of the commission on whether we all agree that a change needs to be made in one of the agreements. But we can begin by just, and I understand this is going to be time consuming. This is a lot of information. These are detailed, but that's why we're paid $5 a meeting. Commissioner Haig, if you want to raise the issues you have with the next agreement, noting the section numbers and pages and so forth. We may not get everything today, but we need to let the city manager and the organizations know where our questions and concerns lie.
Okay. Before I go to that, just because there was just such a volume, could you remind us what Plan B was that you referred to? Because I didn't get a conclusive answer out of it. I just heard Plan B, and that was it.
Well,
there wasn't one.
If all of this, for instance, if we enter into these agreements and the bond does not pass and everything does not work out as planned, and we still have the building, that's the existing building, then we do have a memorandum of understanding that's currently signed between the city and Next that could revert back to that. But in that memorandum of understanding, Next would occupy the existing building. The Y would occupy a very small space, basically for summer camps and in a little bit, but not much. And Next would potentially contribute to more of the operating costs, or we would contribute to the operating costs. That offer of the Y to cover everything would go away.
But that's basically a move-in pretty much as is.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. So it was good to see the MOU in here because I went back through previous city packages and we've never seen it before. It was actually signed.
2021 you did.
Yeah, we saw it a long time ago.
It was signed in 2023 on a Wednesday.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2023.
But it didn't make its way into any of the packages that I could find. I didn't find it on the
did.
agenda items.
It did.
Okay.
It did
All
when
right.
we worked through the purchase agreement and the present lease with YMCA.
Okay. Because one of the bits that jumped out at me was paragraph 11 of the signed MOU, and I'm not seeing it in any of the proposed future agreements, which seems to be a walk back. Next accepts there will be future improvements made to the building and property, and the cost and plans of those improvements are not part of this MOU, but will be developed in the future, which is what we're talking about now, which is a development of cost. There will be separate sources of funding for any future improvements and renovations of the property at 400 East Lincoln, Birmingham, Michigan, 48009. The city will fund the improvements and renovations with the assistance of Next and Next contributing finances. The lease between Next and the city will require ongoing maintenance of the building to be the responsibility of Next. These details will be outlined in a lease agreement. So the written MOU actually says we're the bank, but we're getting paid for it. Existing building, for the existing building.
Correct.
Why was that not carried forwards?
Well,
Because The math, well, we're going to get to that because the maths doesn't math out for me at all.
Do you want me to respond?
Yes, please.
Because that was originally the discussions when we were having negotiations with Next and the Y. We were looking at, okay, if Next is using this and the Y is using this and the city's paying for the building, maybe Next would cover their operating expenses, the Y would cover theirs. There was a lot of discussion with Next, and right now they're in Midvale, they don't pay their operating expenses or rent. So they were concerned about taking on those additional liabilities of paying for the operating expenses, but we did have that discussion. And then the Y came to the table and said, you know what? We appreciate what you're doing. We're willing to cover the operating expenses
That's
for
operating
the building
expenses.
as a whole.
This
Operating.
doesn't say operating expenses in what I read.
To your point,
That talks about
maintenance of the building.
future improvements. Specifically, sources of funding for any future improvements and renovations to the property. That's not operating expenses. That's improvements. What this whole project is an improvement. We went through the process of do we improve the existing building or is it more value add to go to an entirely new building? But that is an improvement to the property. It just says to the property, not to the building, to the property, the land.
Point well taken.
And so we have an agreement. It's written, it's signed by all parties that say, yes, we agree to contribute towards this. And I'm not seeing that carried forward. It's just a point of consistency that is missing. So that's just one. We can move past that right now.
Well, may I make a suggestion, Mayor? May I interrupt? I made it to you. There are going to be a lot of suggestions made or implied. So, for example, he's implying that that ought to be carried forward. Some of us, maybe 4 of us, think that's a good idea. We ought to nod our heads right now, if that's the case, and give them the message that that's an idea that we support, and we can move on and talk about something else. And then the next time when Commissioner Host or Commissioner Emmerine makes a suggestion, 4 of us think that's a good idea, they ought to take that as direction. Otherwise, these ideas and suggestions and comments just go into the ether, and there's no firm direction given.
I don't think, so we have a suggestion that he believes Next should contribute more.
Or that provision
I'm
should carry
reading
forward.
a signed MOU that is an agreement, legally binding MOU, because it's been notarized and witnessed. I'm just asking where that whole agreement suddenly went to, because it's disappeared.
Right. And
It was a negotiated agreement.
Right.
It's a
For
question.
a building that was intended for renovation, Next has contributed the $500,000 in purchase price and the $200,000 of their grant.
That's in
So
there
they
as well.
have contributed something. But yes, we can have a point of discussion that do we believe this current agreement is equitable, or should we ask Next to contribute more? That can be a general point of discussion, but I still want to get.
I'm getting to them. I'm bringing up points. You asked for
Right.
points. I didn't necessarily say, where's the money?
Right.
I asked,
I'm just
where's the
saying to
contract
Commissioner
gone?
Baller, I don't think we're ready to agree to something until we've gotten explanation and heard the other commissioners, and then we can circle back to our main points about
So-
what we think needs to be addressed.
To move on to other points. When I read through both of the proposed agreements, there are certain things that jump out at me, and it's going to be a little difficult to go to them specifically, but let's just pick on the next agreement project. After all the therefores, 1A is, I think it's about the first time where it talks about the YMCA acting as the gatekeeper for the building. But then in 1D, under next use, it talks about exclusive entrances, lobby, and non-exclusive rights to certain common areas. I don't know how we can hold one lease tenant responsible for exclusive areas that they have no responsibility for. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem fair, and especially if there are separate entrances. Now, the YMCA effectively has to staff up to cover that entrance. 2 separate entrances is not going to work out in my mind.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Ecker?
Yes, and there's been extensive discussion with the architectural team, now specifically not you, but Jim Stock, so hopefully you know what the discussion there is. And remember, that language is written in a broad enough manner that perhaps there's one entrance to the building But into that entrance, you go to the reception area. From there, you have controlled access into the lobby for Next and the Next exclusive space and the Y exclusive space. And the general public can get to certain spaces through that central entrance. So a separate entrance could be, 300 feet apart on the outside of the building, or it could be the way that it's laid out, and that's something that the architects are working on right now with the design process.
And that's something we'd like to see details of, because it comes down to space efficiency. Because when you
Yes.
started talking about spaces,
and
when you
you
talked
will.
about common areas for meeting rooms and rooms for this and rooms for that, I was doing the maths in my head, and the maths didn't add up.
Okay, so that's a TBD, could work.
Something
Detail
to be
come.
worked on.
Yes.
So reading through both of them, and there's not necessarily a specific item for this, but there are proposals that there will be common areas and common usage of certain parts of the building, certain spaces within the building. Next side of things, where is it? Yeah, inside Next it says that in 5E, it talks about the YMCA responsible for outfitting the recreation facility, blah, 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 but it's under the Next. Oh, sorry, the YMCA part of it. But there's been discussion of Next members using facilities that are recreational within the building. Why does the YMCA have a different insurance and liability? Because if I then am part of Next and I'm using machinery or equipment that is YMCA that has one liability, and I'm not a YMCA member and I came in under Next, is that now the Andrew Hague building because I own it because they don't have a liability?
Okay,
Whereas if I was a YMCA member using it, their liability covers that.
I'll address that generally first, and then I'll turn it over to the city attorney. There was some discussion about whether the Next members would come in and use the exercise equipment of the Y or not. At this point, some of the discussions are that there would be a fitness room for Next members only that would be smaller and have some equipment, and the Y would still maintain their own fitness, like the treadmills and this kind of thing. But there will also be shared fitness rooms. For instance, where you might have a Zumba class or a chair yoga class or a Pilates class or what have you.
So why do they not have the same insurance and indemnification requirements for exactly the same activities?
Both entities have to have insurance. Both entities indemnify us. There's a different level of liability with YMCA because they are going to be maintaining the pool, and the pool has a different set of parameters and liability. But other than that, they both have to carry general liability insurance. They're both indemnifying us. We're going to be additionally insured on both of their insurances, and we're going to have to carry some sort of like landlord insurance. So the requirements are the same. There's some differences in the amounts because YMCA has a different insurance plan and they have different limitations.
So to your point, though, about a user of Next using, the Zumba room or the Y member using the hospitality room, in here you see the indemnification provision that Mary just mentioned, that Next indemnifies the city if one of their members goes into any of the shared spaces throughout the building and uses it and something happens. It's on them. And the Y does the same for their members.
Who
It's in
carries
both
the insurance
agreements.
for the community on the open hours on, say, the pool?
They will. YMCA will. Everything about the pool is covered by YMCA, including the insurance,
Even for non-members that are just using it?
yes, the lifeguard, all of it.
That's the agreement.
Okay. 6G, let me just read 6G again. So I had a concern, I wrote down 6G and I'm not sure what.
Is that YMCA or Next?
I think it was under Next. But I was more concerned about it infringing upon the YMCA business model because it says the city will manage the building in the same manner, blah, blah, blah. The city is working on an operations plan to provide public access to the building for use of the gym, walking track, pickleball courts, multi-purpose rooms, etc. I'm just concerned that this is pulling away from the YMCA's ability to do business. Now, clearly, the YMCA has to understand their own business model. We don't have insight into that, but I do have concerns that if we've got the facility cost ask, they've got to be able to more than cover that. They have to be able to make money. So it was just an observation. I had a thought about and you mentioned it, about the staffing support outside of next hours, and that was, I had that written under 6G, but I don't think it's 6G. I think I mistyped it. It was just more a case of we need to then look at further that, because I don't think it's right that the city needs to be looking at additional staffing for this. We need to not be having any additional staffing consequences for a building that is effectively entirely leased out.
Or we have an additional staff member that is paid for by someone else.
That's fine, but what I'm getting at is it should not come under additional city financial burden. If it's a pass-through, that's okay. But that funding has to come from somewhere, and I'm not sure that we should be looking at one or the other or both. We need to look at that as the sum of the whole, but it's definitely not a city cost. We'll leave it there because others have things to say.
All right. Commissioner Long, anything about the next agreement?
Yeah. I want to throw something out first, and that is, if this bond doesn't go through and we go back to the MOU and we rehab this building, and we put Next in it, we're going to be paying likely the $125 a year in support of them, in theory. Or put it another way, hypothetically, if they just were magically able to stay at the Birmingham schools, which I understand they're not, but hypothetically, it's $125,000 a year of what we've been paying for, I don't know, quite a while, 10 years or more. We're not going to pay that. So that $125,000 a year is going to be in the city's wallet rather than giving it to Next. If we do that for the next 20 years, that's $2.5 million. That's still in the city's wallet. I understand that the city would normally give that to them, but we're not in this situation. Plus the Next is giving $500,000, or has, towards. If you were to add those numbers up, that's $3 million. If you were to divide by 240, which is 20 years, the timing of the bond, and then divide it monthly, it's $12,500. So for anybody that's saying Next isn't paying, Next isn't what have you, it's the same in my mind, and other minds can differ, that Next is paying $12,500 a month in rent, in my hypothetical. That doesn't include the $200,000 that they paid for the other item that they got out of their grant. If you were to add that in there, that's another $833. So now we're up on $13,300. Just the YMCA is paying $460,000. It might be $400,000, it might be more, but let's just use $460,000 and multiply that by 20 years because that's the amount of the bond. That's $9.2 million over 20 years. That the YMCA is paying out that the city is not paying for operating expenses. If they didn't want to pay operating expenses and they wanted to pay rent, that's $38,000. $38,000 a month. If you take 9.2 and divide it by 240. If you were to add the $38,000 to $12,000 together, that is about $50,000 a month, or about $610,000 a year. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I understand there's lots of different ways to dice this or look at this or what have you, but from my mind, that's what the two other parties, the tenants, are bringing to the table one way or the other. As far as the agreement, we changed the name, so that's going to we changed it tonight. That's not fair, but we're going to have to go through and update that. Okay. The bond, you know, if the bond doesn't go forward, this is on construction 5D and E. I'd like to see some caps on that, or maybe some estimates of what that's going to be.
5D, I'm sorry?
So 5D and 5E talk about
Oh, yes, okay.
the good faith effort to find them another location if we don't meet the date, or if we don't meet by May 31st of 2027, the city intends to reasonably proceed with the project. The city agrees that it shall undertake reasonable efforts to provide next with alternative temporary free space, free of charge, suitable to the continuation next. I don't know what that means. I think that we need to put some parameters on that, maybe some caps, maybe some ideas, because if that comes into play, that's going to be a huge issue to then negotiate. Next wants to be in the Townsend in a ballroom, or they want to be at another YMCA or something in the middle. I think we need to know that. So I'd put some caps on that, or a not to exceed number, and I think that needs to be looked into further so that all sides are comfortable. I like the concept, I understand the concept, but I don't think the contract really talks to that.
Okay.
The MOU with them was executed before we decided, I think, before we decided so the MOU will need to be redone or be replaced if this, with this contract. But agreed that the MOU is in place if all the pieces fall off on this. So while I understand some of your comments that Commissioner Haig made, the MOU will be replaced by this, or it will fall back into place if this doesn't go forward.
Correct.
Okay? I think that there could be a separate agreement that kind of spells that out a little bit more, maybe fills in what we're going to provide as alternative space, what we're going to provide, if all the wheels fall off. My question in 5G talks about the Birmingham senior millage. And the city says that they're going to allocate all the monies raised from that millage towards next obligations under the MOU. So the trouble I have here, and what Commissioner Haig made a good point is, we didn't pull some of the other things ahead for MOU, but we're pulling it ahead here. We're referring back to the MOU with regard to this.
Because this talks about if they move into the existing building.
Correct.
Okay.
My question is does this, because I don't think that next is mentioned anywhere in that bond or the senior millage. I'm sorry, I didn't say bond. The senior millage. Are we as a city, the legal question, are we able to say, okay, we got the millage passed, and we're going to put all the funds towards this building? Or is it a more general senior community that we're putting it towards? Are we able to do that legally?
Mary and I both had a discussion with Pat McGower, bond counsel, on that, and I can't remember the exact wording off the top of my head, but it was basically to provide funds for the renovation and construction of a building for senior services. So his and Pat McGow's, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, so we can get this in writing if you wish, was that we can take that money, and as long as we're putting it into the building, we can use it whether it's the existing building or a new building. It wasn't to go for programming for Meals on Wheels specifically, or whatever.
But what if we put it into a building that's now the Birmingham Community and Senior Center? Just a question.
Mary?
I'll clarify that with Pat. I don't want to speak to that, so I'll clarify that with him.
You should just say the company use for services.
Mm-hmm.
It says to use for services right there, so it's contradiction.
To be fair, the amount of the millage is so minimal. I mean, in terms of $3 million over 3 years.
Sure.
That I'm sure we can find a way to allocate it to the next portion of the building, but it's still a valid point.
Right, okay. The in perpetuity in 6C for the lease, I think should be 20 years. I don't think it should be in perpetuity. I had written for F for rent, the dollar. I thought, I felt like when I read it that Next needed to pay something more, but now what I just said before, they're bringing a lot to the table with what I just described, especially with the 125 not being paid out by the city for the next 20 years, in theory. And I would say over the next 20 years, that 125 probably would increase, maybe 130, maybe 140.
It would.
The handicap parking thing troubles me because if it's 5 spots that become 10, or 4 to becomes 8, not so much of a problem. Because we talked at the ad hoc committee about parking being a real concern. And then adding on top of that, doubling what we're required to do. I understand the concept, and I understand that seniors are going to be using this. I understand that concept. But if it's 12 spots multiplied by 2 and it's 24 spots, I have more trouble with that. So I think that needs to really be put in here that they're going to do X spots. They were required up to 8 spots or up to 12 spots, whatever we're required to do. I don't know what that is. And to put it in here without knowing what the number is, I think let's just put the number in. Let's figure it out. Okay?
You can do that, and I can tell you it's not going to be 12.
Right. I'm using it as an example. Just from what the reading, it doesn't say.
Right. It would depend on the final size of the building.
Yeah, I share Commissioner Haig's, in M, that we should have dollar amounts, whatever they are, for minimum insurance, standard in a lease. I do them all. I negotiate them all the time in my day job. It should have something in there, like it does for the YMCA. Doesn't have to match the YMCA. Understands the different concepts, the different risks, what have you. But it should have, we all have it, right? For our mortgage companies require us to have minimum insurance coverage on our houses. So it should be something that's delineated rather than. I agree, and Mary cleared this one up for me. The city should be an additional named insured on every insurance policy from everybody, for the Next, for the YMCA, everybody. We do it all. We do it for our clients, for our large clients. They're named as additional named insurance. It's zero cost.
Yep, that's in here in both agreements.
Okay. I'm not a big fan about arbitration. Arbitration costs literally 3 or 4 times what litigation costs. And AAA bases it on the amount of the claim. You have a $400,000 claim, you've got fees on both sides of $12,000 to $15,000 to start the process. It is very, very expensive. So I would think twice about that, or at least everybody understand what the costs are. That's all I had for the next agreement.
Okay. Commissioner Ballard, I know you have many general comments. Do you have comments specific to items in the next agreement? Provisions in the agreement?
Provisions of the agreement. My comments tend to be general in nature.
All right, well then I'm going to skip past you if you don't have any specific to the provision until we're done with that, and then I'll come back.
I can, you can come back to me for that as well. I do have some specific issues.
Commissioner Schaefer, any
I feel
specific?
like I'm a hot air balloon. I have way more high-level thoughts of all of this. I am not the 1D, 2A type. I don't think we're there yet, to be honest. But so I can give those comments when they're appropriate, but I'm not so granular.
Commissioner Emerine, any?
My my questions are on insurance and indemnity, and I think they've already been covered. So I don't see any reason to elaborate further.
Commissioner Host, any specific?
Yes, I do have some specifics, and I appreciate Commissioner Anthony Long explaining about the $125,000 over 20 years becomes $2.5 million. But these guys have covered most of the specifics. The one that's really, like the community, the word community, the one that really bothers me is we refer to this as a home for Next. And as such, I think we should not refer to it as that. If we're going to give them a 20-year lease, we should refer to it as a space or a place because they are a tenant. They are not the homeowner. We are. I just hit you with the semantics.
Thank you, Commissioner Host.
I do have my specifics.
Okay, your specifics?
So specifically, in the whereases, you refer to constructing a turnkey senior recreation building. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that includes. But typically, to me, it would include furniture fixtures and equipment.
I will turn that over to Mr. Deming.
So we do have included in the budget for the next spaces to have it be turnkey, to include fixtures and equipment for next. So it's included into the budget of that.
As a placeholder, however, they do plan to bring over a lot of their own equipment that they already have. So they'd be bringing over their computers, their tables, their chairs, some of that stuff that they already have, but we have a placeholder for it in the budget in any event. For instance, for the Y, they would provide all of their own fitness equipment, but cabinets and sinks and this kind of thing would be included. Same for next. If the art room has, a counter space and cupboards and a sink, that would be included, but the kiln would not. They would bring their own kiln and put it in there.
Well, it concerns me, the cost obviously concerns me, and whatever that is, I think I think you could be more specific than using the word turnkey.
Okay.
How about that? Going back to what these guys said, I agree with pretty much everything Commissioner Haig said. I agree with much of what Commissioner Long said. I don't think of our giving up, our not paying $125,000 a year as next contributing that to us. I can't make that connection, especially since the other communities are picking up that slack. I can make a connection between the debt service that we're paying and the fact that we're not paying that. So if we're paying $2 million in debt service, but we're not paying $125,000 to them, I can do that math. I can't do the other math. That bothers me. I'm not sure I understand this. Under community use, such community use shall not interfere with the next premises, and premises is capitalized, nor the previously scheduled use of shared space necessary for next use. I don't know what previously scheduled. I strongly agree that perpetuity is a dangerous word in any contract, and this is a great example, because what does this mean, and what does it mean in the context of in perpetuity? And you don't have to answer that right now. This just needs way more specificity.
Can I address that for a minute? If you look in the agreement there, it references an Exhibit B, which isn't attached because it's a space plan, and that would identify next premises, Y premises, shared spaces, the first part of your question.
Right.
It would not address necessarily interfere with the previously scheduled use, and that's just more where we, the city, might be the master scheduler, and, you can't use this room if it's already booked.
Okay. I'm very concerned that not having that information makes it very difficult to evaluate these things. I told you this morning, this to me should have been presented as a term sheet that we could take. When you throw in all these whereases and now therefores and all you present it, and it sounds like it's far more advanced than it is, and in my mind, it's not. It's just not, and it needs a ton of work. Anyway, the city and Next will continue to seek additional grant funding opportunities through various sources, which may there is no specificity here and no requirement. There's no targets. There's no nothing. It's just we're going to maybe look for stuff, and it just, to me, it has no place in a contract unless there's specificity, explicit goals, and incentives or penalties for either reaching or failing to reach those goals.
May I point one thing out
Sure.
that I don't think we made clear? This is not the long-term lease. There will be a separate long-term lease with Next.
Another thing, okay, I'm going to just make my comments
So the point, like the insurance requirements, a lot of that will be in the lease, laid out in the lease.
Which we'll see at a later time.
We can't do a lease when we don't know how much square footage we're allocating.
Okay. In my view, we shouldn't even be talking about this right now, but, you know, we've spent, I spent all day on this, so I'm not going to not talk about it. So we talk in here about reduced fees. And there's a benefit and a cost in reducing fees to Birmingham residents. And the benefit there is flowing to the individuals who get the benefit of the reduced rate. I would like to propose an alternative to that for both the why and next. And I can make it more clear if I talk about the why, but it
Can we, that's a general overall comment, can we wait till we finish the specifics?
Well, there are specifics in here about, okay, I would throw out, I don't know how you want me to limit. They talk about discounts for Birmingham residents. So, I mean, I don't know at what point you want me to talk about it, but.
But you're talking about a different funding model for both, so let's hold that till we've gone through the why.
Fine.
Okay? Any other specifics to this?
Yeah, I have issues with the provisions, especially 5E, that says for whatever reason the city's not able to do this, the city's going to cover all the costs and provide next with alternate temporary space free of charge.
5E?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, wasn't that brought up previously?
I think he's just echoing.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
I'm
it
echoing.
was.
In F, it's, again, vague, sufficient advance written notice. What is sufficient? I don't know what that could be. I have issues with G, too, where we agree to allocate all monies raised from the senior millage to next. It's vague, and it doesn't take into account any money that the city may have spent for those things.
Actually, can I ask for a point of clarification on exactly that point?
Sure.
Now that you brought it up. Mary, did you not say, or Jana, between you, did you not say that that millage was specifically to be used not for services? It is for, remind me of what the council said.
And I can't remember the specific language, but it was something like for the construction and renovation.
Okay, because G says, in support of next mission of providing ongoing services, and I think you said it specifically could not be used for services.
Well, it's not that it could not be used for services, but that the language, when we went to the voters, as I understand it from Pat McGow, is we need to follow what the language says.
So in other words, it cannot be applied as written for that piece of ongoing service.
Well,
I mean, I'm just taking it from what you said earlier, because it sparked it, and I underlined
I don't
it.
want to speak for Pat McGow.
Okay.
Mary's going to go back and talk to him.
And in support of their mission for providing services could mean we're renovating a bathroom. It doesn't mean
Exactly.
programming necessarily, because you could renovate the facility.
I'm listening to ice cracking underfoot.
Thank you. All right. Back to Commissioner Baller. Any more specifics?
Well, do we have an opportunity to talk about things that are not in here that ought to be in here?
Provisions you think that are missing from the agreement?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Now?
Certainly.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at the interlocal agreement here, okay? It's on page 425 of the PDF, Article 3, Finances. Quarterly, the executive director of Next will provide to each governmental unit a financial statement. It is important to note that Next functions with a finance committee and must have their financial reports and budgets authorized by its board of directors. It is obviously paramount that each of the governmental units providing funds to Next be assured that the public funds are being used appropriately and efficiently. To that end, annually, by January 31st of each year, the executive director is to provide a detailed financial statement demonstrating day-to-day operations and appear at each governmental unit's legislative authority to demonstrate the budget and receive approval. I've been on the commission for 6 years now. I've never seen that happen. It is essential that we are familiar with both organizations, but especially Next's financial statements and its financial condition and its wherewithal. You don't loan money, you don't give money, and you don't provide millions of dollars in new building free of charge without knowing what's going on. Now, I haven't seen those detailed financial statements, and I'm unwilling to do anything until I do. I don't want to exit the interlocal agreement. We need to stay in that interlocal agreement so provisions like this include us, okay? This project is going to result in major changes in Next finances. I know they're trying to not make that happen, to keep income and expenses pretty much even. But even if they're successful in doing that, we have not only a right but an obligation to taxpayers to understand how their future finances are going to be handled, and we don't know that. We're talking about changing their fee structures. We're talking about changing their interlocal contributions. We understand, or we've been told, I think, that they will be working hard to seek more donations and philanthropy. They have asserted that they will be increasing membership, but we've seen no commitment to that. I think the community wants to know whether we plan to renew the senior millage or that's no longer in play. We haven't seen any projections of what's next budget and balance sheet will look like after the transition. And by making this essentially cost-free to them, we're assuming that no way, no how, in perpetuity, they'll be able to contribute any more than the initial $500,000 that they put up. And I don't believe it. And in fact, they have, maybe the executive director can tell us how much money they have in the bank right now, but I believe it's in excess of $1 million and maybe approaching $2 million. And that's sort of, on one hand, an admirable effort to build an endowment. But what do you need an endowment for if all the communities are providing all the support that they need? What's the endowment for? So, it's possible that under this arrangement, Next accounts will continue to grow. And that's fine. They'll be doing great. But the contribution here, this is like dealing with my kids and letting them live in the house rent-free with no incentive to do anything. There is no incentive in here to contribute, no incentive to grow their philanthropy, no incentive to grow their membership, no incentive to manage their affairs responsibly, and no incentive to bolster their programming. We can trust them like we trusted the community house. And look what happened there. We're not talking about the next 5 years or maybe even 10 years. Chris Braun is not going to be there forever. We need to insist on minimum standards of governance. That should be in here, which include a review now of its bylaws and possible amendments to satisfy us and the other communities that will be paying more into this. There needs to be oversight by the city. There needs to be these annual reports, possibly financial audits, if my suggestion for how we handle these user fees is adopted. It's disheartening that they have not even lived up to the requirements of the interlocal agreement already. And well, I'll leave that out. This is important because this is information that the taxpayers who are going to be covering this cost deserve. So I agree with the term. The term needs to be something shorter than in perpetuity. It ought to be renewable. There ought to be a more robust list of breach events, and those would be mostly related to programming, membership, and governance. There ought to be minimum programming standards so that it fulfills its stated goals of enhancing program and its mission grows and is not diminished. Again, you don't have to look far to see an example of where that happened. And they need to make some commitments to grow their membership. Doing this for 800 residents of Birmingham doesn't make sense to me. Not this. I'm not against Next. I think Next fulfills a vital role and does a great job of it. Okay? And I want to help them do the right thing. And if we all decide this is still the right thing, great. Then we need this kind of thing. I want to see 2,000 members from Birmingham. I just looked up the Aging in Place Committee's demographics. Look at how many residents we have who are over 65. Unfortunately, we didn't do a very good feasibility study to determine what the true market is for this and how many people we can reasonably expect. I know Next purports to serve the over 50. I think if you look at their true demographics, it's not over 50. It's over 75, maybe over 70. But the executive director could be more forthcoming about that. So here's my concern here, is that if you have zero contribution on an ongoing basis, you're very limited in what you can in applying carrots and sticks. Because basically, we can either put some provision in that if they don't meet certain standards, we can impose rents that we don't have, or we could take away their space. They're not programming, we take away space. But if you start out with a modest contribution, then that's something that could be adjusted. So I think we need some performance indicators in here. I don't know what they are. The city manager will disagree with me, but this should have gone to the committee because the committee's charge includes but is not limited to the list, okay? There's a lawyer or two on that committee. There are residents on that committee. There's even some senior citizens.
Okay.
So I'm disappointed that it didn't go, and it didn't go because why? We're rushing it.
That is a judgment that you're making that the city manager has said was not part of the original charter. But so we'll leave that aside because we're talking about the next agreement at this point. So I'm going to last call for specific comments on the next agreement, and then we'll move on to the YMCA agreement, and then we'll come back for a general conversation. We'll ask the public comment, public responses, and any changes in direction. And it looks, we have 4 or 5 points already that the commission can weigh in on. So Commissioner Haig.
Thanks. On the next, the maths didn't work out for me as far as the cost benefit. I'm not going to go into any further. As far as spending time, and I spent a huge amount of time trying to put together a financial model that would try and be more equitable. It didn't work out as being equitable for me at all with the new one. It still shows that it's unbalanced to other communities actually get the same for less money. There's that one. And then something Commissioner Ballard brought up just prompted a thought that really got me worried. With the way that it appears right now, we have this agreement that has been generated or is being proposed to be generated with Next, who are a separate entity from the city, completely separate. And the way it's in front of us right now, it appears to be a very preferential agreement, and we do have reasons why we are favouring activity for Next. But he just pointed out, look across the square to see where things have gone wrong. But there were a number of us were at the Community House's board meeting a few days ago and listened to their rescoping and their redirection and their goal of changing where they were going to be more back to where they should have been. And it was a very, very encouraging meeting to go to. It really was. It was extremely beneficial. But the worry bead that this has now created for me is, if I put my cynical hat on, I pick something within the city's scope and say, I'm a 503c as well. I'm a non-profit. Why are you going to treat me differently? Why can't I have all those same bennies that you're handing out to Next? Now you're discriminating against me because, look, my mission statement meets your mission statement. I have that as you brought that thought up with what you were talking about by what could have happened. It struck me that we have to be very careful. This has to truly be an arm's length transaction, so to speak. Everything has to be arm's length. And we have to be very careful about how we do that. And so when you talk about things like FFE, and I think you also mentioned it, FFE, we have to be very careful to make sure that it's always equitable and it doesn't put us into a position whereby someone else can come in and say, you're treating me unfairly. Just whether it's a valid worry bead or not, his conversation prompted this thought process.
Yeah, so one of the things I think is super important to talk about and recognize is what makes the support of Next different than other 501c3s is because there is a Michigan statute that carves out the ability for a municipality to financially fund for senior services. That is different than what the city can do with its money for any other 501c3. You can only use money for public good unless it's specifically enumerated otherwise by statute, which it is. So the city of Birmingham could choose to put money into senior services and for you to provide these services for the senior residents. Instead, the city is choosing to support and finance an entity that's providing senior services, and you can only do that because of the state statute allowing it.
What I was getting at was, say somebody else walks in and goes, I've got a similar mission, but I'll do it for you for 10% cheaper. What then? This is where the cynical hat went on.
Well, I mean, one can never know what the future's going to hold and who's going to come forward.
It wasn't necessarily for an answer. It was just to say we need to be extremely careful about how it appears to be weighted for beneficial good versus arm's length.
Okay.
That was the point.
Commissioner Host, you had a comment?
Yes, I think it should be added in that into the agreement that there be performance parameters or a minimum service requirement for Next. And then the biggie that's not in there is how can the city get out of the agreement if Next turns into a totally different entity than what their mission is now.
Okay, Commissioner Emery?
Something I forgot to know, has the Next board seen this yet? And if they have changes to the agreement, does this come back to us, or only if they're substantial? And how does that work with what we're being asked of tonight? Let's say we say go, they say change these 12 things. Does it come back, and then what? How does that
Well,
process?
I don't want to speak for Next, so maybe when Chris Brown gets up here, she can tell you. But I will tell you that several members of the Next board have been involved in some of the discussions. And if I'm not mistaken, they were going to take a draft of it to them last Tuesday when the schools decided to close for the whole week and, well, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I don't think the entire agreement in this form has gone to the board, but I could be wrong.
And then
Check with Next.
if we say go on this, it says approving concept. The concept doesn't change, and we say approve, and the concept doesn't change, and we probably doesn't come back to us. But what if the
No,
concept
it's
changes?
coming back to you no matter what.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
No matter what.
Okay. Yes.
One thing that I forgot to mention was, what sparked my thought process with this is during the ad hoc committee meeting, we talked about parking and concerns about parking. I think that there should be a concept or a thought process as to how many members on a maximum level that Next and the Y should be able to sell. Because we're going to get to a certain point where we're going to have a great building with lots of members and the inability for anybody to find parking there. So while that goes against my thought process of like the more the merrier, and and have as many people as possible, you got to also think about maximum memberships for both entities, so that it fits within the building and the parking that we are going to be able to provide.
Don't know if you can do that.
Just a thought.
Okay. Commissioner Haig, specifics on the YMCA agreement?
I talked about the insurance and indemnification because it just struck me that seemed unequal. I understand what you said, Mary, but my colleague here was very specific about there need to be numerical quantifiers. The project timing and milestones paragraph with the table in it, they're different in both of them. They both need to be the same.
Are you talking about the timetable?
Yes.
Yes, this is a draft.
Whatever.
And that's already changed.
It should have been the same in both of them
It
right
should
from the
have,
beginning.
yes.
I mentioned the gatekeeper out of sequence. I mentioned that during the next portion. I didn't understand it, so that was actually a YMCA comment. I got that in the wrong block. Also talked about the staffing for out of certain hours. Insurance. I think a lot of it was there was just trying to make sure that there was commonality between them in the key points. So the maths kind of worked out better for the YMCA deal, to be honest with you. If we choose to be YMCA members, I can see where that benefit came out. That one worked a lot better for me, but the next one did not work out. It was not balanced. I'll leave it there right now.
Okay. Commissioner Long, any specifics on the YMCA agreement?
Oh, the YMCA agreement, I'm sorry. Yes. I thought we were still on Next. I apologize. I have a concern under the project, which is 1B community use, about a minimum of 2-hour blocks of time. If this is a community center, I think it should be more than that. C talks about the exclusive use of the pool, but it isn't really exclusive anymore. If we're unable to proceed with this project, then we will honor the lease with the YMCA, which runs through, I think it's May of 26.
It was 3 years.
3 years from
23.
So, May of 26. Okay. I have real trouble with 6A2. This is on page 5. It talks about that the scope of services the YMCA will provide will include physical and financial payment for all expenses related to the swimming pool and all operating expenses for the building and property. The term operating expense shall mean utility, gas, water, sewer, electric, insurance, building, and property maintenance. And then in the next sentence below says the city will be responsible for physically and financially for the ongoing maintenance and repairs required for. I think that those need to be defined better. Maintenance is used in two different terms to mean two different things. I think there's an effort to do that here, but I think it could be better. You explained the MAR site because the second paragraph in 6A2 or 6A lower I2 talks about the pool's MARSite service, but then the joint account will not be used for the MARSite service. But I understand now that the intent is the YMCA will be doing that separately.
Well, they're there.
Yeah, I think the most important thing I got out of this agreement is that that account should not be should be a joint account with two signers, one from the YMCA and one from the city. So
Capital Reserve Fund?
yeah, the Capital Reserve Fund. It should not be a fund that is solely controlled by the YMCA. I think it should be something that needs two signatures, one from the YMCA and one from the city from the get-go. It could be kept at any bank and have two signatories or what have you. I don't think it should be just the YMCA. For example, I'll throw out.
She referred to putting it in trust. It
Yeah,
wasn't clear what
in trust, but solely controlled by the YMCA, which is where I have the problem.
Well, solely held by the YMCA until such time as they leave.
I think it should be a signatory with some type of account with two signatories, one from the city and one from the YMCA.
May I interrupt? You're a lawyer. Is there a mechanism where the Y could hold it, but it would legally be restricted?
You either have a trust company to hold it, or you have a separate third party to hold it, or you have a joint account that requires two signatories, so that if there's any reduction or withdrawal from that account, it has to have both stakeholders signing off on it, rather than just one controlling it to the very end. Here's my concern, and the YMCA are wonderful people, but if the YMCA goes south and they pull out, and then they say to you, oh, we spent that money, and you can't necessarily go after them. Why are we putting ourselves in that position? It's not going to be used until both the YMCA and the city and a third party does their analysis, but it should be controlled by both. And it's very simple. You can have it could be as simple as an account at Comerica Bank or any other bank in town where a check requires two signatures. It happens all the time. Or it can be a trust company that holds it and requires two signatures. There's lots of different ways to skin that cat, but that's the thought process.
Is there something that allows that to be an interest-bearing or an investment? So that
Yeah, you can do
We're
it.
getting into the weeds here, gentlemen.
Yeah.
So
I'm
two
trying.
signatures.
I'm trying.
Two signatures. Got it.
I'd like to know what the equipment is that the YMCA are providing. It says they're going to provide equipment. I'm sure it's going to be more than 3 treadmills, but I think that we should know what that is. I'm sure that's probably in an exhibit that's going to be added, but
Correct.
But so be it. I don't like the term gatekeeper. I think that just is off-putting. Receptionist, something like a reception, what have you. Gatekeeper.
Security.
Security is a better term than gatekeeper. I think that there should be some type of termination fee. It was crossed out here. It was a red line and crossed out. If the YMCA is not able to perform and we're left with this building, I think there should be some sort of termination fee. What came to mind me is 1 year of operating expense so that we have the ability to be able to bounce. It's going to take us a year to bounce with this building to another party. Hopefully that never happens, but I think that we should have that. And then I just had, and you already covered additional name insured for the insurance. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Baller, specifics to the YMCA agreement.
I agree with everything you said. So add me to the list. So now is a good time to talk about the reduced fees and the whole concept of reduced fees or increased fees, whatever you want to call it, and where that money goes and where the benefit is. So depending on how you look at it, if you live in Birmingham, you get a discount, pay less. If you live outside of Birmingham, you pay more. But right now, that more money is going to Next, and it's going to the Y. Now, I just want to talk about the Y right now. First of all, I'd like to see this be a closed system for Birmingham. so that the money that you collect here is used here, that you don't have to bring in money from outside, and no money that you generate here leaves Birmingham. I don't know if that's possible, but my concept is dependent on that. And the concept is that there would be a base fee for all users, regardless of where you live. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, $55 or $60 or whatever it is you need to pay those, to run your operation, to pay the maintenance, to pay your people, and run your operation. Whatever those fees are, that's what your fee structure, your base fee structure is. Now, if you don't live in Birmingham, you pay a facility fee, an additional facility fee. $20 a month, let's say, per membership. It could be 30 for a family and 20 or whatever it is. Whatever it is, that money, monthly or quarterly, comes back to the city. That is the benefit. That money is used to offset our debt payments. That money comes back to taxpayers. Taxpayers in general. The same taxpayers in general who are paying the bond. Not individual taxpayers who happen to decide to belong to the Y, but all taxpayers. Okay? As years go by and your operating costs go up or down, the amount of money you're collecting, you may not be collecting enough, you raise fees. You may be collecting too much. You lower those base fees. But the facility fee that's charged to non-residents remains steady. And it's there for 20 years until the bond is paid off. And then we can talk about some other alternative.
And is that true for the next also?
Well, I think some form of that, yeah, some form of that. Sure.
Okay. Do you have anything else on?
No, I think it's really important that
Okay.
taxpayers in general get the benefit, and this money, any money that's generated here from increased fees ought to come to taxpayers to pay down the bond.
Specifics on the YMCA contract, Commissioner Schaefer?
No.
Commissioner Emery?
Just one. It was on section 1B. Commissioner Anthony Long mentioned the blocks of 2 hours. And there's a morning block, a weekday block. Is there a way to structure that so that we have some control on when that 2 hour block is during the week? I think about kids in the ice arena. They're always playing hockey at like 4 a.m. We don't want that. So I don't know if there's a way to structure when that 2 hour block would be and how to work that out with
So
the Y.
define when it would be.
If that's possible. I just keep thinking about hockey. And then same question I had on the next is has the YMCA board seen this? I don't know if you guys.
Same answer that I have for that, and that is that several board members have come into certain meetings along the way. That's a better question directed to chairs.
Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, Commissioner Host, specifics?
Yeah, I don't like to get personal, but my son's best friends are all AI wizards or quantum physicists. So in 5 years from now, I'm over listening to the boys, when AI really takes off, and we're going to need 100,000% more power in the building that sits at 400 East Lincoln, are we going to make the YMCA pay for that? It's called energy costs.
Why would the energy cost go up for the Y or for that building?
Well, they're resurrecting nuclear power plants with the notion that AI is going to demand a lot more juice.
Data centers. In data centers, not in your home or business.
Okay, so we've exhausted specific comments on both agreements.
I don't know if we've exhausted it.
Well,
We've got a big pile of them.
But the point of this was the city manager and both organizations needed to hear, were asking to hear, comments we had on the agreements and concept. Do we agree? Where do we? And we've been very detailed, I think, about what's missing, what should be more detailed, what should be added, what we disagree with. And we can come back to those things. I have a list of about 10 that would require some commission direction. But before we get to that, Commissioner Baller, are you through with your overarching general comments? Okay. Commissioner Schaefer, you had overarching general comments?
Yeah. I'll just make a few comments about things that have been said up to this point. With regard to the MOU that Commissioner Haig mentioned, I think that, yes, there is an MOU, but I think an agreement can be terminated mutually between any two parties if you move on to a new agreement. So while that's there, we should pay attention to it because we don't know the future of this. But and with regard to your comments about Next and that they have no incentive to do better, I would give a nod to Chris that she may not have an incentive, but there is precedent for what she has done and she continues to do. So I think we need to pay attention to that. But at the same time, what is the succession plan going forward? Because my understanding is that the success of Next has been on the back of Chris all of this time. And when she is not there, whenever that may be, I worry about the succession plan. But I have a little bit of a difficult time with this because I feel like we're a little bit cart before the horse. There's this giant thing coming to us in 12 days that helps bring some clarity to what everyone is talking about. This where is everyone entering and community space. And so I am I congratulate all of you for all of your work and all the details, but I am still way far away from understanding what this is. And to Mr. Reagan's point earlier, this has to pass the voters. We can get in the weeds on all of these agreements, but if we do not put something forward to this community that they see as valuable, all of this minutia is just wasted time. So I am way high up here, so I will say that I will not support an August election. I think it's way too soon. I don't think we should spend any more taxpayer dollars to have a special election. This is not an emergency. It's an urgency, but it is not an emergency. And so I will not be supportive of an August vote. When I first thought about this, when I really, really particularly yesterday, this feels like a riddle. It feels like a riddle we're trying to solve, and everyone is kind of getting into it, trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together to make it fit. I first looked at it as a business model, okay? I own a business. I was like, okay, if I make a pro forma for my business, this model does not work for either of these entities. You can very rarely run a business with no rent. It's unheard of. You can very rarely get a $32 million building and just be like, can I just be a squatter here and provide services? I would love to not pay rent in the two buildings that I pay rent in. It would make my business model work much better. So a business model doesn't work. We have a unique circumstance. Then I looked at it as a math problem. The math problem also didn't work. So then I backed up even further and said, what this is providing a city service. So then I kind of leveled the playing field and looked at this this is like a city park. This is like a city ice arena. This is providing a service to the community in the form, and it's taking form. The amoeba is turning into a shape of Next and the YMCA, who we have all agreed bring a service to our city that we value. And that's why we're trying to solve this riddle, because it really is. I'm sorry, this is painful. Okay, but here we are. So then I looked at okay, how does this relate to other city services that we provide? I, like you, went right to the ice arena, okay? The ice arena was renovated. We spent taxpayer dollars to do it. I remember Commissioner Nikita saying, I've never walked in the ice arena. Okay, great. I walk in the ice arena every week, but that service is available to everyone. So this is another circumstance where some people are going to use it. Some people aren't going to use it. Some people in this room may have never stepped on the Kenning ball field. I don't know. But it's there, and the city pays money for it. So I backed way up. But what I think needs to happen is that for this to go forward, the community use needs to be very well defined. Next is occupies this very, very niche group. Like, the number's 800. There's 20,000 residents in this community. They're 800. The YMCA probably has a bigger membership that spans, a little bit broader scope. But those are two very unique uses. The YMCA members are a unique user. The BBD swimmers are a unique user. The members of Y are unique users. And we're asking this community of 20,000 people to spend money on this building. And so I think before and maybe we're going to get to that, like on the 10th, when we see what the space looks like and how much is available for community use. But we heard Rebecca say, I need 30 more study rooms. I asked Connie if I could get 30 minutes of ice time for my son to practice with an older. There is no ice time available at all. Ask Connie, how does she delegate the ice time to all of the users of the ice rink? We have a city employee who probably has solved that riddle. I liken the ice rink to the swimming pool, just like you did. The swimming pool is going to be highly valuable. There are going to be lots of people that want to use it. I remember going to stand in line to get swim lessons for my kids at the Y like I was getting Taylor Swift tickets. So I think we have to lean on people in this community that we already adore and say, what do you think? What's going to happen to this pool? The pool is going to be like the ice rink. So I would let Parrish and his people say, this is how we allocate the pool use, and let Connie say it's going to be sold out in 2 days, because I emailed Connie 2 weeks ago and she told me she can't give me any minutes of ice on either the studio ice or the street ice. Okay, and I'm a tax-paying person whose son plays Birmingham hockey, who has no ice time in Birmingham. And we pay a lot of money to pay for ice elsewhere. Now, I could make a case that that's not fair, okay, but that's the situation. So my feeling is that if we can come to an agreement, which I think everyone has made very good points to make this without a lot of holes in it. But I agree that my first stab at this was this makes no sense. Chris couldn't run her business in any other condition without the city, subsidizing it to an extent, right? But then I backed up and said, okay, we have agreed to do that, and we agreed that that's a service to the city. So now we just have to figure out, how do we make the voters agree that they should spend $200 or $400 a year for this building that they may never step foot in? And so I think that's coming in our future, but that's sort of where I feel. I feel like we're way in the weeds, and we haven't figured out how we're going to tell the community what their benefit is. If they are not a Y member and they are not a Next member, what is their benefit? And 2 hours in 5 days of the week to use the swimming pool is not going to cut it, at least for me, right? So anyway, so those are my general thoughts. They're much higher level, but.
General thoughts, Commissioner?
Kind of adding on to what Katie was just saying, and Commissioner Anthony Long mentioned, $600,000, so on and so forth, and I would like staff to try to do a comparison like that, something simple in a chart form or something like that. I had different way of getting to the same equation that you got to, but same thing. And then I looked at the bond somewhere in one of the charts, said the bond's going to cost $2.3 million and change per year or something like that. Then I'm looking at $600,000. Then I'm wondering about operating costs and escalation and operating costs, which I think are going to get covered by the agreement with the Y. So maybe it's not 600, maybe it's a little more than 600,000 over a 20-year term. And I don't know how that all shakes out, how that all looks like. I'd be interested to see that. But if you just take $600,000 divided by 2.3 million, it's 26%. So it's just something that I thought about, maybe that I would like to see that better evaluated, how the operating costs and how that all fits in. I don't know how that.
Can I get a little more clarification on that? Brian, I'm looking at you because this sounds like it's right up your alley. So can you clarify a little bit? What are you asking to compare?
Well, I'm trying to understand. So if we're asking taxpayers to get $2.3 million,
Yeah.
the city at the end of 20 years is going to have a building.
Yeah.
We have 2 tenants that are going to contribute $600,000 a year. So or what is it, $600,000 a year? How does that build out? What does that look like? So at the end of 20 years,
Contributing what?
who's
over
contributing
20
what
years?
over time? And then so that's essentially free to the city, right? Or the users are paying that. They're living rent free, but we'll have a building at the end. the operating.
An asset.
An asset at the end. So we're asking the citizens to pay for this asset. And we don't have to pay for 26% of it. Okay, is that worth it or not? Well, that's what someone's going to look at. Now, that's a whole separate question, but I'm trying to understand it.
Okay.
That's hard for me to understand right now. I will say, Jana, that everything you said at the beginning of this meeting, I took a lot of notes of what you said, and I got a lot of it out of the packet. A lot of it, you added great value and things that you said during that discussion about who's doing what, where, when, how. That was wonderful. Thank you for that. I don't know how we can summarize that better. I didn't get all that out of the information in the packet. That's kind of all high-level things, but that's where I was at. Oh, and then one last thing. And then the next financial models, you had them in the slides at the end. I saw that right now next on the slide is at 276,000. The proposed is at 228. That's a $48,000 per year reduction, but apparently
I'll have
that's
to look at
okay.
those numbers because the numbers that we have, it was, I'm trying to think what slide you were looking at.
It was the two slides. One said current next
One says current.
operation, and it said
They're getting $334,675 from all of the communities, plus free rent, plus free operating
Right.
from the school. And now with the new model, they would get actually 10,000 more per year, not less.
Oh, okay, maybe I wrote my notes.
There's a lot of
I
notes.
wanted to make sure that they were good. If they say they're
They're
good with
good.
it, that's,
They're actually, they have a little
I'm
bit more
not here to
of a
judge next
buffer.
financials models. I just wanted to make sure that made sense for them, that's all.
Okay, Commissioner Host, any?
I'm going to piggyback on Commissioner Schaefer. We'll give you 4 o'clock in the morning time at the ice arena, so you should be happy. The problem with everything we're doing tonight is it's premature. We haven't figured out the operational costs. Maybe we're going to have that February 10th, but you're asking us to review a legal document prematurely is a symptom of what we've discussed at our last meeting. We're rushing through this. We're going way too fast. The sequencing is way out of whack. Unfinished deliberation has understandably produced an inadequate legal agreement. Now is not the right time for this review. Maybe it's February 10th or after we digest everything. But to show this to the next board or to the Y board, I consider it embarrassing.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Commissioner Haig?
Commissioner Schaefer was very clear, and I liked what you said because you went into, believe it or not, despite being the hot air balloon, you were actually very descriptive and very detailed, and it was very helpful. Because I kind of went through the same pattern of, can I turn it into a mathematical problem? And in my own time, I've got well over 100 hours of my own time trying to work out what operating costs were and doing research on those and then trying to come up with a proposed financial model for next, and you name it. I mean, I've got literally work weeks of my own time into this. And it still didn't quite jive for me either. And I tried hard. I tried really hard. Sat down with a bunch of people to try and figure this out, and it still couldn't quite click into place. So everything that my colleagues have said about this is premature, insufficient data, that I can't hang this picture straight on the wall yet. It doesn't matter what I do. It's always crooked, and I can't deal with a crooked picture on the wall.
Okay, Commissioner Long?
Me neither.
A little while back in one of our meetings, I talked about the city's obligations to its seniors. And I said that we have senior services that are being offered out of the wing of a local school. And I said we could do better. And I think we can do better. And I think that this process is endeavoring to do better. I will tell you that I hazard to guess that the 800 Birmingham residents that are a member of Next now might just increase if they're not operating out of the wing of an elementary school. Okay? It might just increase, and I think everybody in the room's maybe agreeing. So I think we need to do better. I think we can do better, number one. You know, in the city here, we provide tennis, hockey, golf, skateboard park, parks, baseball, tennis. We provide all these services, and we let our seniors operate out of the wing of an elementary school. This may not be the be-all, end-all, and this is the first time that this commission has seen this contract, so do not judge us for giving you our feedback on this contract. This contract may be looked at 5 or 10 more times by everybody in this room and by everybody on the commission, maybe even the ad hoc committee too. So you have to start somewhere, and I'll guarantee you, a legal contract that's reviewed 10 times is much better than one reviewed once or twice. And I think we've all made very good comments here, and I agree that with Commissioner Host that it may be premature, but we have to start somewhere. And you know what? For the first time, we've given our feedback to the city, to Next, and to the YMCA on these particular contracts. These contracts may look completely different by the time we're done.
Let's call them agreements because they're not contracts.
I'm sorry. Contracts, agreements, we'll call them agreements. Fine. So my point here is we need to do better by our seniors. We need to provide something that I hazard to guess 3 or 4 times the number may come forward. I'm 57. I'll tell you what, I don't know if I would go to Next in the wing of an elementary school or middle school. But if we build this building, I might very well be a member, like the day it opens. People can have their own thought process with regard to that, but I wanted to throw that out.
Okay. Commissioner Ballard, did you have any other large thoughts? Okay, so I've kept a list of the suggestions, other than the specific questions, concerns, and details. There have been a number of points wherein we should determine whether there's enough consensus at the commission.
Should we hear from the public before we?
Let her finish her comments.
I think that we want to say what we think we would like to see and then let people react to it. So there seems to have been a number of commissioners who suggest that the next agreement should not be in perpetuity. Clear? Okay, so that is a suggestion of a direction. There seems to have been a number of commissioners who believe that looking for guidance to the original MOU and looking at what might be reasonably expected, that we ought to consider that Next has some financial contribution on an annual basis. However, whether that's helping with the person, whether that's contributing costs in some way, but that in perpetuity for $1 is not equitable. So is that consensus? Consensus? Yes. Okay.
May I interrupt? You brought up the MOU, and there were other aspects of that perhaps that should be.
She's summarizing. She's getting to the summarize of the point. Let her go. I understood where she's going.
There seems to be consensus, or there was consensus, that we need to figure out how to have increased and more well-defined community use. Okay? There seems to be consensus that the city should not have any additional costs for staff. So that we have to figure out how to cover that. Okay, it has to be covered. There seems to have been a number of commissioners who were very concerned about refining the limits of the contract, 5E, F, and G, about what would happen if the contract didn't move forward. correct?
Yes.
All right. There seems to have been a number of commissioners who were interested in better definition of what breach events would be to walk away from the contracts. Okay. Then there were some things where some commissioners suggested, so Commissioner Baller has suggested that that we ought to have much more involvement in the operations of Next, their bylaws, their government, their governance, their minimum service requirements. And I'm wondering whether the rest of the commissioners agree with that or don't agree with that.
It wasn't involvement so much as oversight and that.
Well, so the question of oversight as in reading reports or oversight as in directing what is an independent?
No, not directing.
Okay,
Not
so
directing.
oversight as in receiving reporting.
Sure, and look at the bylaws and make suggestions
I think
or
we
even
received,
demands.
I think we got the bylaws in a previous packet and the 990s.
You did.
So,
We did.
But we
To maybe quantify his point, I am not interested in the city stepping into the operations of Next because they're a separate entity.
No,
So
that wasn't at
on
all
the same
what I was
page there.
I mean,
But if we are contracting them for a service, then they need to be providing reporting out in the way that any service provider would be reporting their performance. So whatever the metrics are, I think that's where he was trying to go with it rather than anything else. And not just, here's your annual report. We give you this to do services 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are the metrics on them? What are we getting as value for the money? Is that a better
Yes,
interpretation?
And as time goes on and the world changes, maybe as we renew the contract.
The KPI doesn't have to be the same every year.
Exactly.
It's just there have to be accountable KPIs, I think is really the answer.
That's exactly what I said.
well, my only thought was like the insight that you have if you, have a lease with any landlord, they want to see that you're a viable business, for example. So I don't think it's necessarily that we need to get into the weeds, but perhaps these financial models exist and we just haven't seen them. Not to suggest that they don't exist or have been,
But which side are you on? I
think my side is on that.
You rejected the business model because there wasn't one and it was a public service.
No, right, but she does have a financial model for how she runs her business, right? So I think.
I wasn't even looking at the finance. When I said performance KPIs, as in we ask for a service, what are the services? Not
right, but what you asked for was seeing these documents that were in the MOU or
we're
the
going to have
local
600
interlocal
program
agreement.
offerings a week or something like that?
Yeah, this is the wrong place to determine them, but I don't think I'm looking at a financial. You sort of went to the mathematics.
I was basing it on what his comments about the interlocal agreement, that the interlocal agreement suggested that there were these financial
Okay, so that's
models
two
or whatever you want
different
to call them.
discussion. You want financial reporting, and we also want some indication that
Quality of service provided.
the level of activity will not, as you have worried about the community house,
diminish.
Precipitously diminish, okay? So these are ideas that we're going to, both the attorney and the manager are taking copious notes. There's some suggestion that we ought to discuss whether there are limits on memberships or headcount. That might be a fire chief sort of a thing, fire marshal sort of thing, and maybe that.
It's a building code thing, it's a fire thing, absolutely.
Okay, and so, I don't know how we manage that, but it's something we should, consensus, we should look at that. One commissioner suggested, I think at least one, that the YMCA we ought to unredline that section about a termination fee. Is that something that everybody agrees with, or that's just one person?
I'd like to hear more about the whole concept and the reasoning for it or against it.
Okay, well, let's set that aside for a moment.
That's just me.
If we're going to do it for one tenant, we have to do it for all tenants. Otherwise, it's an inequitable set of leases, so I would tread carefully.
Okay.
And whatever we do, it has to be equally applicable to any tenant.
She's shaking her head.
I don't believe that that's true because, again, of the basic premise that you can treat your service provider for seniors differently because there's a carve-out for that.
I'm not advocating for or against. I'm advocating for equal treatment only.
Well, you said we have to, and I'm saying
If
you
we
don't
apply
have
it,
to.
in my opinion, we treat everybody equally. What equally means is a different question, but I just look at equal treatment for all users, that was all. If the law says something different, there's something different there.
And then I think the last large one that I have notes on is, do we wish to ask the city manager and the city attorney and the organizations to kind of roll around this idea of a facility fee that's separate from the models that they already have, which are based on membership fees only. Membership fees only depending on who you are, where you live, what your community pays, what type of a membership you have. I mean, that's basically, it's a like you're going to Pine Knob and there's $12.50 tacked on each ticket. So do the rest of us, we obviously, Commissioner Baller likes the idea of a facility fee that would be paid back to the city. I don't know if that's a practical idea. I don't know if we all have to agree with it. Maybe that's something that the city attorney needs to investigate a little bit. And whether it could be collected and paid to the city to, Commissioner Baller is saying to offset our bond costs. I don't even know how that would happen, and I don't know how it would affect tax rates. So,
in theory, offsets, the concept to offset, but the money goes into the general fund and just pays for stuff.
but that does not help a taxpayer.
It certainly does. It's tax. It goes into the same kitty that all of our tax money goes into. And it's spread across all taxpayers, the same all taxpayers who are paying the bond. I think we don't have to decide whether we like the idea, don't like the idea. I think the why has to say whether it's
I understand the concept. I'm just not sure how it works.
It also included the idea that this is a Birmingham operation and that the money needs to stay in Birmingham.
Yep, I'm going to ask them both to come up. So that was the last large one I had, and we also need to find out whether it's legal and practical before we go any farther. So at this point, I'm not going to call for all public comment, but I would like to invite, I'll start with Mr. Underwood, if you want to come up and just have at it. Everything you took notes on, anything you'd like to address, any remarks you have about the direction that things are moving, any concerns, anything you think that's impracticable.
Good evening. I have a deep appreciation for the rigor that you all are going through. I mean, it lines up very neatly with the charge of your office. And I do believe that it is in lock and step with what makes the City of Birmingham great. To answer a question that was presented earlier, the Executive Committee of the Board of Directors of the YMCA has this document in hand, as does the Finance Committee of the YMCA Board of Directors. The Finance Committee actually took it up as part of today's discussion at the regularly scheduled meeting. The Executive Committee, during a regular scheduled meeting, will have this discussion tomorrow. But as it's also been mentioned, the board chair, the vice board chair, who's the incoming board chair in a few months, has been engaged in this process all along. And so we are very much in tune with what's going on. I want to commend the city staff for going through the great lengths that they have to convene both organizations. Next, my colleague Chris Braun and the YMCA to get us to where we are right now. I know when I shared this document with the board via email last week, I said this is a start to a long road. And so by no means are we there. I will say that there's been some mild concern in terms of the risk that the Y is considered to undertake. But the general consensus is that this is a solid agreement, and my board members, the board members of the YMCA, are happy of the direction that this is going. But again, we know that there's a lot more work to be done. we're an open book. We've shared our financials. We will continue to do so as necessary and as required. I will say some of the things that I heard give me a bit of pause. I won't go too deeply into it because I think it's still very early, and I need to have some of this discussion tomorrow with the members of the executive committee of our board of directors as it relates to the details of our business model. First and foremost, you're talking to two entities who in total have been serving this community in total for well over a century, in a sense. And so we aren't rookies, and I don't think the next organization has any intention of going anywhere. Certainly the Y does not, even though we gave up control when we sold the building. Site control is really, really, really critical, and we're elated to even be here under this consideration. But as it relates to the business model, that's a much deeper conversation, and I'm more than happy to open up our books and show you and share with you why we are organized the way we are. Our revenue model is a mix of fee-for-service between membership and programs, which typically makes up about 58 to 62% of the total mix, fundraising and philanthropy, which we do on an annual basis, and then grant dollars, which come either from the state, our corporate partners, or other entities, in a sense. And so it is not a one system, one strike, one shoe fits all. It is a mixture, and that mixture changes on a regular basis. As it relates to the discount, we know that that discount is going to erode a bit, in a sense, because where our Birmingham residents are paying full freight as a trade-off, there's a discount given to them. And we know that to recover from that, and like Commissioner Long said, you know, to operate and exist in a building that's well over 50 years old, it's very difficult to attract new energy, new members too. And we know that if there's a new facility, there's a great likelihood that that membership is going to grow. To that point and to that extent, it's even difficult to even figure out what kind of cap you can put on the membership. And part of it is because we're open 16 and a half hours a day during Monday through Friday and 11 and a half on the weekends, so somewhere thereabouts. And so as we are considering a cap on our membership, we've been trying to figure that out as a national organization probably for the last 75 years, in a sense. And so there are a lot of moving pieces, and I only reference this because we've been in this business for a long time. Commissioner Schaefer, to your point in terms of the benefit and the non-reality of any entity being able to operate under a structure where you get everything for free, in a sense, there's a great deal of precedent out there. We have one, there's one in DeKalb County, Georgia. There's one in Wayne County in the city of Southgate. There's several other models where this works, and the benefit is the service that the organization returns to the community, which falls lock and step with why we're even considered a nonprofit, because we relieve the burden of society to provide certain services and elements to the community for that reduction in our tax exemption, or the status of the tax exemption. I say all that to say, like my colleague Chris Braun, we're not part of the rookie team. We've been doing this business for a very long time, and we've been doing it with less. We've been doing it in inferior facilities, and we're still able to attract a great deal of support from the community that we know would grow, and we'd be able to attract more from outside of the neighboring communities as well with the new facility. And so I absolutely appreciate the rigor. It does not scare me. As a matter of fact, I anticipate this in a sense because you all are doing and carrying out the charge of the offices that you've been elected to do. And this is the Birmingham way. But we're here for the long haul, as long as you all will have us. Again, you know, when we sold the facility and we lost control of that site, the Y is very, very, very clear on sort of the lingering sense of us being the disruptive nature to the original premise. But I assure you, we're here to serve all people, all generations, for the long term, in a sense. And we believe that we can augment that opportunity that the niche organization, which is the next organization, can also provide. And so that's just sort of my back of the napkin thoughts As I was sitting here, I'm absolutely happy to take any questions that I can answer at the moment, and then I will stop.
Any questions for Mr. Underwood?
I have one question.
Yes.
Any of the facilities that you are aware of, maybe it's just Michigan, maybe it's the Midwest or whatever, do any of them place caps on the number of memberships based upon the facility that is servicing them?
I don't know one YMCA that places a cap in a sense, because it's almost a monthly figure. We sell memberships, we lose memberships in a sense. At one point in time, I think there was a figure where we said based on your square footage or based on the number of machines you do a times and a half, that tells you what your occupancy can be in certain rooms at a given time. But again, between hours of 6 a.m. and 7:30, we have one population that's in and out. Another population comes in that time, and it continues throughout the course of the day. And so it's very difficult to sort of encapsulate what a total membership cap would be. The best way, and I never thought about this, would be in terms of an occupancy rate based on fire marshal code. But that gives you just a moment of time of when the facility is occupied.
I guess my follow-up question is, so if you've got, fire marshal says you can only have X number of people in this building at any particular point in time, we can put a sign on the door that says, sorry, we're temporarily closed because we've reached that number?
Well, there's spaces in the facility, and I'm thinking of our play center or child watch, or if we have a group exercise class that is filled to capacity based on the square footage of that room, or based on equipment that yes, we would have to say. And actually, we've gotten very, very good at being able to text people, or memo text that says when, in terms of when's a good time to come. High traffic time during this hour, or this class is particularly closed. Hopefully, we'll see you next time.
I think it may also self-govern itself as well. When you show up three days in 1 week to use a treadmill at 6 a.m. and they're all full,
right?
Maybe you don't show up till 7:30.
Right.
So, okay.
Commissioner Baller.
Some time ago, I think you offered, or we asked if you could do a presentation on all the great community services that you could offer Birmingham, some of which would be beyond what you already provide here. Is it possible to?
Well, if you haven't noticed, I can talk about the why all day. But I do think it's probably time to sort of showcase who we are, where we've been, who we aren't, and why we're not your grandfather's YMCA any longer. We do so much more than gym and swim, and we do so much more than gym and swim right here through the Birmingham branch. There was a request made by city staff to share our inventory of programs that are available to anyone, whether or not you have a membership, in a sense. And I was really blown away that inventory that Kelly Stubbe provided was more than 2 pages, in a sense. Off the top of my head, I'd say it's probably 4 or 5 programs, but it's almost 2 full pages. And so I think we would love the opportunity to share exactly that and who we are in that regard, at the purview of the commission and at a time designated by you and the city staff.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer?
No, like I said, I think the amoebas are taking shape. I think we agreed a long time ago that we wanted these 2 partners to go on this venture, and I'll look forward to where we go.
No comments?
Commissioner Host? I guess my only question is I know you need time to think and react, but it seems to me that the community open swim and gym blocks are going to be very important, and so do you think you're going to be able to look at that again?
We absolutely will look at that again.
Okay.
And there's precedent for how we came to that amount of time allotment, but this is a unique circumstance. We want to preserve and protect our business model and our ability to cover the operational costs.
We get that.
Based on our schematics, based on our performers, based on all of our experience, we have a great bit of this. This really, the opportunity in terms of driving the financial margin is very, very small. I mean,
Yep.
break even or slightly north of that.
We understand that, and you could be 100% open and out of business, and that doesn't do anybody any good, so we get that, but,
Absolutely.
okay. Thank you very much, if there's no other questions. And we'll invite Chris Braun to come up and make any comments and react to any of the ideas and questions that were floated.
Good evening. Like Pear said, I do appreciate all the hard work you're putting into this and all the attention to detail. It's an important project, and excuse me, I know that it's not for the faint of heart by any means, so, and hours of efforts and things like that, so thank you very much. I don't quite know where to start. I had a lot of notes, and now they're not really in sequence, and they're not going to make a ton of sense. One thing I do want to address is your concern, Mr. Baller, about our financial reporting, which I wish Mr. Gerber was still here in the room. We do that every year, and we bring it in front of the commission every year. So for the $125,000 that we receive from the city of Birmingham, like the other communities, we spell out every quarter what we spend that on, and we bring it to you every year in order to get renewed for the next year. So when I come up and ask for a renewal of that 125 or more or less or something, we do provide a quarterly report into an annual report. So you do see that every year, and we comply with that with all the communities. We also have annual review. We're not obligated to do a full audit because we're less than $1 million. So we do an outside annual review with an outside accounting firm, and all of that was in your packet as well. So I just want you to know that we are very financially sound. We have a finance committee that oversees all of our finances and our projections and our opportunities. We do have an endowment that we've been growing for some capital improvements, so we intend to use some of that for this building as well. So financially, we have been solvent for 45 years, and we've always been, making money, and well before, if there was a loss, it came from the endowment, but that hasn't been in the last 10 years. We've not ever had a loss or pulled from the endowment. But one of the other things I did want to mention is, yes, we're a 501c3, but we're a very different, as Ms. Kacharik pointed out, very different 501c3, because not only do we provide programming for our members, we provide so many services for non-members here in Birmingham. Last year, we provided 66,700 units of service to people in Birmingham, seniors that needed additional support that are not necessarily members. Some of them may have been, but many of them are not. And that could be a Meals on Wheels, it could be transportation, it could be, I live in Ohio, but my mom lives in Birmingham, and I'm concerned, can you go get a set of eyes on her for me and give me a real assessment, because frequently parents don't provide real assessments of their condition. It could be something like, I'm not sure my boiler would qualify, my hot water heater, would qualify for a new one. Can you come out and take a peek? And we will meet Nelson Brothers at the home, so the homeowner feels comfortable that strangers walking in. We provide 6,700 units of service to Birmingham in that 1 year alone. And that is at free of charge, no money is exchanged hands. It's just the service we provide, which is very different than a 501c3 that might be, collecting money for the Cancer Society or something like that. So it's an important distinction. We are not strictly membership-based. We are service-based. We are a true service organization. So I think that's something that is important to recognize. We are a small nonprofit. We function, I think, extremely well for the size that we are. We have a small staff, and as I mentioned in previous meetings, we rely on about 250 volunteers to help us manage what we do every day, and that could be anything from computer lessons to answering the phone to facilitating card groups to AARP tax prep to, just facilitating book groups and card games. So we have a very slim staff and a very slim budget where, like I said, well under $1 million when you take away the in-kind donation from the schools. Our membership rates are a tenuous thing, as we talked about with the city staff. You want to make it so we get some income from it, but we don't want to make it to the point where it's not accessible for everybody who wants to belong. And that is part of our mission. We're not trying to reach, those who can afford a $400 membership or a $200 membership in some cases. So we need to be accessible for all those who want to belong. And keep in mind, our demographic is on a fixed income. And there are people in Birmingham that definitely pay attention to that fixed income. And I don't know what else to say. I have everything written down that you talked about that we'll certainly iron out in the contracts and thing. But one other thing, I've got a note here that our average age is 71 years old. So there are plenty of people under 70 that belong to Next, plenty of people. And there's actually people under 50 that belong to Next just so they can play pickleball or hear our amazing lectures. And all this could be solved if you want to benchmark to another community, such as Bloomfield Hills, that has their senior services as a department. And we could certainly fold under the department of a city, but that would cost, quite a bit more. So I think what we're doing is a very strong value to the city. I actually did pull up Bloomfield Hills financials, and they have a millage that brings in $2.5 million. They have a staff budget of $1.5 million. The list goes on, so I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just saying that I think we bring a lot of value to what we do and for the money that we ask for at $125,000. And as I certainly appreciated your comment about seniors deserving better here in Birmingham, this one wing of the elementary school isn't sufficient for the growing population of the seniors, much less here in Birmingham. So I thank you for your time. I'm open to questions. I know it's getting late, so I'm happy to answer any thoughts or questions you may have.
Commissioner Host, any questions?
No.
Commissioner Murray?
No.
Commissioner Schaefer?
I just have no question but a comment. I think it's helpful for, that the membership is not the totality of Next, right? And I think that's going to be an important message for those out there in the community who still don't understand what Next has to offer. And so I think a part of the sales piece of this, the YMCA is a little more well-known, right? Like it has a brand and a name, and it's been around for a long, long time. But I think it's going to be important as we sell this to the community that you help, we get the little memo of everything going on, and there's a ton going on, but I don't think the average person understands the service you provide. So I think as we go forward, it will be important for you to sell Next a little bit better than you do.
I know.
Like put together, 10 slides of like all of the services that you offer in an easy to read format, so everybody understands that this is not just a membership model. And I think that will help this go forward, because it's this 800 number, and you're talking about thousands of services, people that you've served, right? So I think that will be a big part of this as we go forward.
Great.
So
Right. Unlike the Y,
so
we're
brag a little bit, louder, bigger, bolder.
Unlike the Y, we're not a national organization, so we
Right.
don't have that manpower behind us. And in that Aging in Place Committee, the survey did indicate they knew a lot about our programs, but not as much about our services. And for as much as we scream it from the top of the mountains, unfortunately, it's not until you need it does it click. And unfortunately, that's the disconnect that we have to fill. That you're right, we have to make a better story about that.
So the services that you provide that used to be, named under the umbrella of the BASC or the area aging area, what was it, 1B? That city manager Marcus always used to say that we're the best deal in town because we depend on you to provide those services that otherwise we would be needing to provide on our own. So I think Commissioner Schaefer is 100% right that most people don't understand that. This is not just about painting classes. Commissioner Baller, anything? Commissioner Long? No. Commissioner Hay?
Just a couple of little things. I truly feel that we understand the value. We're just trying to make sure that there is value cross-communicated for the ask. because it's an extremely large ask. So to kind of compound what Commissioner Schaefer said, I'm going to make a recommendation like I did on Saturday, and Mary Ann was listening, and I chatted with her tonight. I suggested that the engineering department work with Mary Ann to explain just how much of our tax money we spend on public infrastructure, because everybody's always complaining about, oh, fix the roads. Do they realize how many millions are spent? So I would highly recommend go and talk with Mary Ann, and don't just have the things like, oh, well, we look after the seniors. Exactly what you just said. I live in Ohio, my mum's in Birmingham, can you check on her? People do that for me at home because my mum's one of those people that won't tell me
Right.
what's going wrong.
Exactly.
Or I have no food at home, or my power went out. I mean,
Use the resources that we have. And Mary Ann and I chatted tonight just for a few minutes, and she's thinking of different things she could do. This could be one of those resources where you could use what the city's got to help promote the value of the organization. If we're using you as a service, use us as a service back to help compound the effect.
I appreciate that.
And I think there are great positivity can come out of that.
Agreed. Thank you.
all right, thank you very much. Now we'll open to any other public comment on any of the enormous amount of conversation we've had here this evening. So if anyone in the audience would like to come up and speak, please state your name and address and try to be as succinct as possible.
I will.
Thank you.
I'm Marcia Wilkinson. I'm the current president of the Next Board, not a Birmingham resident. I just wanted to point out something that actually doesn't have anything to do beyond. Next has never been asked to provide anything that we haven't done. As Chris pointed out, we're a small, local group. Maybe we don't have all the reports for you that you need, but that's why we appreciate being told that. But I have to comment about the tone in the room. I noticed things got pretty frenzied there about Next, but then all of a sudden it just, I don't know if everybody's just tired or what, but you sent a pretty powerful message to the community tonight who might have been watching. You really did. And I don't know where that frenzy and angst came from, but I hope you'll let us know so we can certainly correct that, because it just didn't ring right because the temperature went up and then it went down. And I don't think it was necessarily because people were tired.
Other public comment in the room?
Good evening. My name is Pam Graham. I'm a resident of Birmingham. I live at 884 Knox. I'm also a member of the ad hoc committee and a very enthusiastic supporter of the senior center and the community center. I agree with Anthony Long, like we could do better. That's one of my notes, and I'm proud to be a part of that. But you know, we could leave an obsolete building, or we could be like talking about which businesses are we going to bring in there to bring jobs or something, and yet we have this really nice opportunity to say we're building something for the community, we're building something for our residents to use. And so I like that, but I've been waiting a long time to see these agreements, and these agreements don't make me want to vote for it, not yet. Things I do like, I'm pleased that the YMCA, not the city employees, will manage the facility. And I'm pleased that we have two great partners, the Next and the YMCA, to provide important services. I think the suggestion that Birmingham residents get a 25% YMCA discount and Birmingham seniors pay zero fees for Next, I don't know, that's great because that's great for the 10% of taxpayers that are members of Next and of the YMCA. The value for them is clear. On average, they break even if they're average. But in my opinion, these agreements do not yet serve all Birmingham taxpayers. I think that there's a sort of a structural problem with Next. When their benefactor was the Birmingham School District, it makes sense that that's the community that they serve and that the fees are low for those members. But I'm especially, only 30% of the members are Birmingham residents, I believe. And another 30% aren't even in the group that are providing those services. I feel that the fees for those memberships are too low, and that instead of having a fee structure to try to compensate for the $125,000 that might be lost from Birmingham, it should have been to come up with more and cover more costs. I like the idea of the facility fee, for example, that the memberships for next members from the fees for next members from other communities like Bloomfield Hills who have decided to provide senior services as a city service but not provide a place to play cards or pickleball, they should pay a higher fee, and we should return that money to Birmingham citizens. I think if this is to be a value for Birmingham residents, it'll be our sense of duty. It makes Birmingham a great place to live. It will build our community, but kind of underlying it should increase demand for Birmingham homes and raise Birmingham property values. And if instead we give all of those benefits to neighboring communities, then our taxpayer, that's who we're competing for property values or a nice place to live. And why would you move here instead of there? We're just the benefactor. And it was appropriate for the school to work with Next when they operated like that, because they all pay this, all those communities pay the same millage because it's a school district paying the rent. But if we're the landlords, we need to exact some rent. And I hope that we stay very transparent and make sure that city budgets don't creep up. It's one thing to ask the taxpayers to fund this bond, but then, oh, we need another person. Oh, we need to manage the security. We need to plow the parking lot. There's a lot of potential expense creep, and I think we really need to be able to assure taxpayers that that won't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I will point out that Commissioner Schaefer and I both looked up Rochester as a model, and I think that if you are one of the 3 tax-paying, millage-paying communities, you pay one amount, and if you belong to their facility and you are not one of those, I think it was
It's $6 if you're a resident of the 3 communities, Rochester Hills, and Oakland Township, I think.
Yeah.
And then if you're not, an individual membership is $175.
Yep.
So it's a significant difference when you're not a community member. So.
Yep.
It's not just Rochester. The benchmarking I did, it's the same for every single community.
Sure.
Yep.
And
So
it's that
that's just
order
the
of
one I could
magnitude.
all right.
think of.
Yep. Any other public comment?
Hi, George Dolgard. First of all, thank you, Jana. Excellent presentation tonight. Covered all the bases, very complicated. Just a couple quick things as far as senior services and operating millages and things like that. Just a couple points. Bloomfield Township, for example, they're in 22, they increased their millage, operating millage. You know, they paid for the bond, built the building. This is just operating millage, 0.33 mils. They increased that just a vote. 66% of the voters approved that in November of 2022. Rochester OPC, again, strong support in that community, a 0.32 mil operating mill, okay? Passed with 70% 4 years ago. Birmingham, we passed the senior millage just a few years ago, 69%. So strong support throughout Oakland County, 29 senior centers throughout Oakland County. So I think once this goes to the vote of the public, there's going to be strong support, not only for seniors and the senior vote, but young people throughout. When you get 70% of the people voting, it's just not seniors supporting something. It's wide-based through the demographics. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dilgard. Any other public comment in the room? Any public comment online? Looks like Mr. David Hohendorf has his hand raised.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Hohendorf.
All right, I'll be brief because you have spent a ton of time on this. Couple of concerns. I am concerned if we build this in part as a community center, that the shared time on the facility needs to be addressed. I'm not convinced that two-hour blocks really serves the community at large. As you well know, I don't agree with an August vote. I think we're talking about a 3 months difference, and I recognize that the city manager said the school district will not extend this, but at some point, Next has to look at another facility on a temporary basis during construction, and we're only talking a 90-day difference. I really think it's important to put this on a ballot where the city commission is being elected in November. I think a May vote or an August vote, to me, seems like a stealth election. I think it really should be on November at a minimum. If you can't move it or won't move it, because I think you can move it to November, then there should be something like absentee ballot applications mailed out to all registered voters, some way to increase the amount of participation in the election. And my last comment is, I was, as much as I respect the YMCA as a local organization, this whole process started out as a building for Next. The YMCA was going to be there temporarily. Then the YMCA changed their mind and decided they want to be part of this on a long-term basis. We're talking about investing $30 to $32 million. I really think that there should be a much higher penalty for the YMCA to pull out of this before the end of the 20-year agreement. I'll refer to it as a performance bond like you sometimes get on construction projects. I think there should be a much higher penalty if they pull out earlier. And my last comment is to Katie's concern about her example of the ice arena is a good one. We spend the highest amount of our tax bill goes to a local school district, and only about, I'll take a wild guess, 25% of the population uses the public schools, but it's a necessary part of the community, just like I think Next is, and I think we can sell it on that basis. But I really think it should go to a November vote. And if you have to find a temporary facility anyways during construction, so you find it 90 days earlier than you had anticipated. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hohendorf. Any other individuals who are online who'd like to make a comment? I see no more hands raised. Bring it back to the room. Mr. Reagan.
Yeah, I'd like to make one final comment, and that is in line with a remark I heard. You're trying to make sense of it. The business models don't seem to work. That's because they don't work. You have what is, in essence, an athletic, youth-oriented organization versus a senior-oriented, educational organization. One is in classrooms, and one's in a gym. And if you look at the origin of this dilemma, you'll see that what we're trying to do is we're trying to put a senior organization into a gym. It made sense when we bought the land. Tom Marcus said, there's this land, it's available, let's get it. Everyone said, yeah, let's get it. Coincidentally, there was this group out there, Next, who needed a place to go. It seemed like there was a fit. We didn't think it all the way through. We are now, and we're having real problems making it fit because it doesn't. Another thing that I've noticed in this conversation, and it's with regard to the YMCA. None of this is possible without the YMCA. Their participation makes this whole venture possible. They're the pearl. It's the pool that the community wants. That's what the community wants broadly. And it becomes possible because of the YMCA, because of their superior abilities in programming. They have special expertise that's just being completely overlooked. They are world-class programmers. They are the solution to much of what you're talking about here. It's not a one-sided view. They're just the best around who does it. They know all of the utility costs in this old building and in new buildings. Just ask them. They've got all the data. You know, we're not relying on the resources that we have because we view them as a interested party. Stop viewing the Y that way. And by the way, I love that building. I'm in that YMCA at least 3 days a week. It's old. It's got quirkiness about it. I haven't seen any of you there. Go in there. It's got wonderful equipment. I mean, some of the classes in there, the bar classes, the Pilates classes, floor Pilates classes, no one in this area can touch them. They are the best at what they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? All right, that was many things all at once. Useful, painful, but I think a necessary step on our process, and so I thank everyone for their patience and their participation. We are not taking any action tonight. We will leave for everyone to continue to work and bring new things back to us and see what we get on the 5th. But we are ending this item, and we move on to item F, commission items for future discussion. A motion is required to bring the item up for future discussion at the next reasonable agenda.
I have one.
Commissioner Schaefer.
So I would like to bring up looking at the recycling practices of the business entities in Birmingham. I was at the UPS store on Woodward mailing a package, and I had left a box, and I said to the person helping me, I'd be happy to take the box with me when I go. And she said, well, we'd be happy to keep it, but we don't recycle. And I said, I'm sorry, you don't recycle? And she said, our landlord doesn't pay for it, so we don't recycle. So the UPS store, which processes, I can't imagine how much cardboard, doesn't recycle. So so my understanding is that commercial businesses are under a different purview or have a cost associated with recycling versus residents. And so I would like to, maybe the motion is to have the sustainability board study the recycling practices of the commercial businesses in Birmingham.
Please.
Commissioner Muller.
We were discussing screening of dumpsters in alleys, and I believe I suggested and the commission agreed that we would review how garbage is handled in the central business district. Now, this isn't strictly speaking the central business district, but it's the same concept. Because in some communities, it's operated in the same way residential is. The city hauls the garbage. In Birmingham, it's every man for himself. And we have these proliferation of dumpsters. My recollection is we directed staff to review that, and we haven't seen that review. And so if I'm right, or even if I'm wrong, this seems to fit with that, because there's no recycling.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I have a business in
downtown
Birmingham, and we drag green containers to the curb. You know, I don't know if we're in a residential neighborhood where my business is. Maybe it's different, but that's been our practice for a long time. So
we don't have recycling on the street. Public communities have garbage and recycling.
The German model, I say German model because I lived there for 4 years, individuals didn't have their recycling. You separated it in your house, but every second street corner there would be, here's the paper, here's the glass, here's this. There would be the bins, and then once a week the truck comes around, lifts up the bin, empties it into the back for the appropriate container, and they were large dumpster-sized ones, and that was standard. Didn't matter where you went; it's everywhere.
Okay,
That would be
okay, so,
something
all
that would
right,
be
I'm going to back
great.
it up. Okay,
Great
so
to
my
get to
motion
your
is,
point.
can we ask, I mean, I don't know where you're going with the garbage, but maybe that's already out there. But my thought is to ask the Sustainability Board to look at the recycling practices, maybe this is too broad, of commercial businesses within the cities.
I'll second.
Please.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, we've had conversation, all in favor? Aye. So this would move to stage 2, and we can discuss it again, and also perhaps revisit the garbage practices. Any other items? Commissioner Host.
Madam Mayor, I like to think Commissioner Schaefer was asking for the Sustainability Board to look at this.
Yes.
Do we need to discuss that more?
I think we can discuss it one more time. As far as garbage is concerned, we can still send it, but if we want to have any other discussion, we can. If we want to just bring it up and pass it, we can do that too. Any other commissioners have any? Commissioner Baller?
I had suggested at the long-range planning meeting that we consider appointing a technology committee advisory board, and I wonder if there's any support for that. Or at least discussing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I would be willing to have a discussion on whether the city believes that that is something they can staff, and whether Mr. Brunk thinks that that's something that's beneficial. So I'm not saying I support having one yet, but I'm willing to discuss it.
I would like to understand, like, how that board would function. Like, where would they comment on, on what would be tasked to that board? I mean, we all know that AI is coming and it's using a lot of energy. I don't know, but like.
That would be something to discuss at the next stage, I think.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, discuss again. Anything else? All right, removed, commission discussion on items from a prior meeting, we have none. Removed from the consent agenda, we have none. Communications reports, any commissioner reports? Commissioner Baller.
Not sure this is a report, but a few of us, Commissioner Host and Commissioner Haig and I attended and the city manager attended the Community House event last week, and it was inspiring. It was gratifying. And for those who are unaware, there has been a change in management at the Community House, of refocusing of their energies, or revitalization, let's call it. And I personally will be supporting the Community House and doing everything I can to help them succeed. And I think that this is the time the community can say, they're putting the community back into the Community House. Let's all be part of that.
I would agree with that.
All right, any other commissioner reports? Okay, commissioner comments? Commissioner Host.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't have gotten the legal agreements until after we have the operational aspects down pat. And I feel badly that the public has to wait until 20 to midnight to even come in and weigh in on this complex issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Any other commissioner comments?
It was excruciating.
Advisory boards, committees, commission reports and agendas, legislation, city staff. We have the ADA curb ramp project completion report. Everyone had an opportunity to review that. And if you have nothing to add?
I do not.
So I think it was a coordinated effort to meet our legal obligations. So if there's nothing else, motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.